Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Welcome. Sit or lie down and relax. Let your hands rest easily. Let the spine find a natural curve. Let the breath be exactly as it is. Take a slow, comfortable breath in and a long, unhurried breath out. Again, in and out, as if the breath is meeting you halfway. There is nothing to achieve here, only a gentle turning toward what is. Feel the ground receiving your weight. Feel how you are already being held. Let the skin soften, the face soften, the mind soften. Arise. Let your attention settle on the natural rhythm of breathing. Notice the coolness as air enters, the warmth as it leaves. Notice how the body rides each wave without effort, rising and falling, rising and falling. As the breath steadies, let the shoulders drop a little. Let the jaw unhook, the tongue rest broad. Allow the space between the eyebrows to widen. Offer the body this simple message. It is safe to relax now. We'll move gently through the body, inviting ease. Forehead, allow it to spread like open sky. Eyes, resting in their sockets, released from vigilance. Cheeks, lips, teeth, soft, unpressed. Throat and neck, wide and unforced. Let the head balance, easy and light. Collarbones broaden, shoulders slide down and melt. Upper arms, elbows, forearms, hands and each finger, warm, loose, present, chest, floating on breath. Upper back, wide, mid-back, ribs, moving like a bellow, without hurry. Belly, soft like a tide pool, receiving the breath without trying. Pelvis, heavy and grounded, hips and glutes unfurling. Thighs, long and quiet. Knees, unguarded. Calves and shins, calm. Ankles, released. Feet and toes, spreading, warm, at rest. Let the whole body be a single field of simple sensation, one organism breathing itself. And now, a question enters like a pebble dropped into a still pond. What is? Say it softly inside, and watch the ripples. What is? Notice the faint echo as the words dissolve. Notice how attention moves and rests. If the mind races, let it race. If it quiet, let it quiet. Your job is not to control, but to feel, again, with kindness, what is. As the question settles, invite the inner landscape to appear as it wishes. Images, symbols, sensations, fragments of memory, colors, textures of feeling. Let them come on their own. them timing. Let them go on their own timing. You are listening, not searching, receiving, not reaching. If nothing appears, notice the clear space where something could appear. The capacity itself is meaningful. Perhaps a symbol arrives. Hold it lightly, like a smooth stone in the hand of your mind. Turn it a little. Notice new facets. Ask it quietly, what do you want me to know? Then let it answer in its own language. A felt sense, a softening in the chest, a wordless yes, a memory growing clearer, a sudden gentleness. If a memory arrives, watch the you who remembers. Present time awareness looking into a past scene. Feel the difference. Feel the safety of now. If a feeling arises, let it be a guest without commentary. Name it softly if that helps. Sadness, warmth, worry, relief. And let it rest. Whisper again within. What is? Not to force an answer, but to keep the doorway open. What is? Remember, what appears in the mind's eye cannot harm you here. Symbols are visitors. You are the host, the space, the awareness in which they appear and dissolve. You are the master of your internal world. You decide the terms of meeting, gentle, curious, clear. Now, if a difficult scene is present, we'll touch the possibility of inner agency. See the scene as if on a stage. Let the present day you step gently into it. Older, wiser, resourced. Look around with today's eyes. What does the younger you need here? A boundary spoken, a hand to hold, a witness, a way out, a truth said simply. Allow the wiser you to offer exactly that. Let the body feel the difference. Breath deepening, jaw unclenching, shoulders lowering. Let the nervous system register a new ending, even if it's only 1 degree softer. 1% matters. If nothing needs changing, simply stand beside your younger self with quiet companionship. Sometimes presence is the change. Breathe. Let the scene fade as it wishes. Place a hand on the heart or belly if that feels right. Let gratitude arise for the courage of even looking. The descent continues. The symbols grow quiet. Imagine arriving in a wide, dark cavern within. Still, empty, silent. No shapes to read, no stories to tell, only awareness aware of itself. For some, this feels like nothing. For others, everything. Either way, let it be what it is. Rest in the open space beneath images and words. No need to fill it, no need to improve it. Emptiness that is not absence but fertile ground. Notice the gentle aliveness inside the quiet. Breath moves, heart beats, space with the weight. Let the quiet rinse the surface of the mind. Let it settle like snow in a globe returning stillness. From this quiet, feel again the world around you, the room, the faint sound, the air, the simple fact of being here, and sense how the boundary between inside and outside is not solid. Experience moves without seams through a shared between. Call to mind one person you know. See them simply, another interior world different from yours. Some feel intensely, some struggle to read feeling at all. Offer them a small bow inside. You are as you are. May you be understood. May you be well. Now someone neutral. Now someone who challenges you. Give the same bow, the same wish. This is not agreement or surrender. It is clear sight with a warm heart. Feel what happens in your chest when you do this. A little faith where tightness was a touch more breath. Compassion is not capitulation. It is steadiness with openness. Remember that words matter. What you say enters the shared space like weather. From this quiet, choose your weather. You might set this intention. May my words be careful and alive. May they carry clarity rather than heat. May they leave a little more room for understanding. And actions matter. Small gestures, repeated, become a path. Choose one simple act that fits your life now, listening fully to someone who needs to be heard, writing one honest paragraph, resting instead of debating, taking a first step toward what you love. See yourself doing it. Let the body feel the relief of alignment. Notice the breath quiet, yes. Return, if you like, to the symbol from earlier, or rest again in the open space. Ask with the softness you've grown, what is, what matters now, what is my next true step? Trust the first clean answer. It may be a word, it may be a felt direction, it may be the quiet itself. Place this answer at the center of your chest, as if laying a warm stone there. Let it settle. Let it become a foundation you can stand on. If the mind wanders, let it. Notice you notice. And you are back. No scolding, only returning. Breathe in and out, and sense the whole of you here. Body, breath, awareness, symbol or silence, a single feel. Linger in the cavern a little longer, not to accomplish anything, only to be what you already are when striving rest. Now we begin to integrate. Feel the exact point where your body meets the floor. Feel the weight and warmth. Feel the natural curve of breath. Imagine your next conversation receiving a drop of this quiet. Imagine your next action guided by the small stone at your chest. Imagine your next meeting with another person, touched by the vow you practiced. This is how inner work meets the shared between, not in grand claim, but in tone, in timing, in the gentle precision of words and deeds. Before we close, bow inwardly to yourself for showing up, for being willing to feel, to look, to rest in emptiness, to return with care, softly, one last time. What is? Let the answer be whatever it is. Simple, silence, a small smile. Let it be enough. Begin to invite movement. A deeper inhale, a longer exhale. Wiggle fingers and toes. Roll the shoulders. Let the face stretch, soften. If it feels right, place a hand again on the heart or belly in thanks. When you're ready, open your eyes gently. See the room with fresh light. Carry the warm stone with you into your next words, your next act, your next meeting with another human being. May your symbols be kind. May your silence be nourishing. May your path in the shared between be clear, steady, and your own. I am here, I am arriving, the ground holds me, I let the breath find me, there is nothing to achieve, only this simple being. I soften into what is, I soften into being held, the breath breathes itself, I rise and fall on its rhythm, each inhale I receive, each exhale I release. The air moves through me as the world moves through me. I do not control, I allow, I do not push. I yield, breath in, breath out. I am safe, I am here. My body is a field of sensation. Every cell knows how to rest. Every muscle knows how to soften. From forehead to toes, I welcome ease. I do not need to hold myself up. The earth does that for me. I am a single living rhythm, one organism breathing itself. What is? What is this moment? What is this breath? What is this awareness that watches it all? I ask not for answers, but for presence. I ask not to know, but to feel. What is? I open the inner door. Whatever comes. Symbols, memories, sensations, feelings. I receive them gently. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. I am the listener, not the judge. I let the inner world speak in its own language. A symbol appears. I hold it softly in the mind's hand. I ask, what do you want me to know? The answer may be silence or a pulse or a wordless warmth. I allow it to unfold. I thank it for coming. I remember everything that appears within me is safe within me. I am the host of my own images. They cannot harm me. They are my guests. I see an old scene arise. I bring my present self to meet it. Older, wiser, kind. I ask, what did I need then? A word, a hand, a breath, a truth. I offer it now. Healing happens quietly. Even 1 degree softer is a victory. I thank the past and let it rest. Deeper now. The symbols fade. The words fall away. I arrive in the quiet cavern. Nothing to see, nothing to solve. Only awareness, aware of itself. For some it is nothing, for some it is everything. I let it be both. This emptiness is not absence, it is fertile ground. I rest in it without needing to fill it. Breath moves, heart beats, space remains. I am the quiet between breaths. I am the stillness that hears all sound. I am the awareness that holds it all. From silence, I feel the world again. The room, the air, the unseen others, inside and outside flow together. We share one field of meaning. This is the intersubjective zone, where minds touch through symbols, words, and care. I send a thought of peace outward. May all beings find understanding. May all beings be well. My words are weather. May they be clear and kind. May what I speak carry calm into the shared world. May my silence also nourish. I choose language that heals, not harms. I speak from quiet, not from fear. Small gestures, repeated, become a path. I act from awareness. I act from compassion. I act with steadiness. May what I do ripple outward in ways I may never see. I plant intentions in the soil of the present. What is? What matters now? What is my next true step? I trust the first clean answer. I place it gently in my heart. I let it rest there like a warm stone. This is my foundation. I feel the ground beneath me again. I feel the body that carried me inward. I thank it. I thank the breath. I thank awareness for meeting itself. I bring the quiet back with me into my next word, into my next act, into my next meeting with another soul. May my symbols be kind. May my silence be nourishing. May my part in the shared between be clear, steady, and true. Welcome, welcome. Sit or lie down and relax. Let your hands rest easily. Let the spine find a natural curve. Let the breath be exactly as it is. Take a slow, comfortable breath in and a long, unhurried breath out. Again, in and out, as if the breath is meeting you halfway. There is nothing to achieve here, only a gentle turning toward what is. Feel the ground receiving your weight. Feel how you are already being held. Let the skin soften, the face soften, the mind soften. Arise, Let your attention settle on the natural rhythm of breathing. Notice the coolness as air enters, the warmth as it leaves. Notice how the body rides each wave without effort, rising and falling, rising and falling. As the breath steadies, let the shoulders drop a little. Let the jaw unhook, the tongue rest broad. Allow the space between the eyebrows to widen. Offer the body this simple message. It is safe to relax now. We'll move gently through the body, inviting ease. Forehead, allow it to spread like open sky. Eyes, resting in their sockets, release from vigilant. Cheeks, lips, teeth, soft, unpressed. Throat and neck, wide and unforced. Let the head balance, easy and light. Collarbones broaden, shoulders slide down and melt. Upper arms, elbows, forearms, hands and each finger, warm, loose, present. Chest, floating on breath. Upper back, wide, mid-back, ribs, moving like a bellow, without hurry. Belly, soft like a tide pool, receiving the breath without trying. Pelvis, heavy and grounded, hips and glutes unfurling. Thighs, long and quiet. Knees, unguarded. Calves and shins, calm. Ankles, release. Feet and toes, spreading, warm, at rest. Let the whole body be a single field of simple sensation, one organism breathing itself. And now, a question enters like a pebble dropped into a still pond. What is? Say it softly inside, and watch the ripples. What is? Notice the faint echo as the words dissolve. Notice how attention moves and rests. If the mind races, let it race. If it quiet, let it quiet. Your job is not to control, but to feel, again, with kindness, what is. As the question settles, invite the inner landscape to appear as it wishes. Images, symbols, sensations, fragments of memory, colors, textures of feeling. Let them come on their own timing. Let them go on their own timing. You are listening, not searching. Receiving, not reaching. If nothing appears, notice the clear space where something could appear. The capacity itself is meaningful. Perhaps a symbol arrives. Hold it lightly, like a smooth stone in the hand of your mind. Turn it a little. Notice new facets. Ask it quietly, what do you want me to know? Then let it answer in its own language. A felt sense, a softening in the chest, a wordless yes, a memory growing clearer, a sudden gentleness. If a memory arrives, watch the you who remembers. Present time awareness looking into a past scene. Feel the difference. Feel the safety of now. If the feeling arises, let it be a guest without commentary. Name it softly if that helps. Sadness, warmth, worry, release, and let it rest. Whisper again within. What is? Not to force an answer, but to keep the doorway open. What is? Remember, what appears in the mind's eye cannot harm you here. Symbols are visitors. You are the host, the space, the awareness in which they appear and dissolve. You are the master of your internal world. You decide the terms of meeting, gentle, curious, clear. Now, if a difficult scene is present, we'll touch the possibility of inner agency. See the scene as if on a stage. Let the present day you step gently into it. Older, wiser, resourced. Look around with today's eyes. What does the younger you need here? A boundary spoken, a hand to hold, a witness, a way out, a truth said simply. Allow the wiser you to offer exactly that. Let the body feel the difference. Breath deepening, jaw unclenching, shoulders lowering. Let the nervous system register a new ending, even if it's only 1 degree softer. 1% matters. If nothing needs changing, simply stand beside your younger self with quiet companionship. Sometimes presence is the change. Breathe. Let the scene fade as it wishes. Place a hand on the heart or belly if that feels right. Let gratitude arise for the courage of even looking. The descent continues. The symbols grow quiet. Imagine arriving in a wide, dark cavern within. Still, empty, silent. No shapes to read. No stories to tell. Only awareness aware of itself. For some, this feels like nothing. For others, everything. Either way, let it be what it is. Rest in the open space beneath images and words. No need to fill it. No need to improve it. Emptiness that is not absence but fertile ground. Notice the gentle aliveness inside the quiet. Breath moves, heart beats, space from the wave. Let the quiet rinse the surface of the mind. Let it settle like snow in a globe returning to stillness. From this quiet, feel again.
Wait, Grump.
Hello.
Hello, you.
Hello there, 1 second.
Why are you playing that horrible music?
I don't know. I'm trying to stop it. 1 second, please.
Are you trying to make yourself feel depressed again?
There you go. There you go.
Are you trying to make yourself? Yes. Are you trying to make? Are you trying to make yourself? You trying to make yourself feel depressed again?
Is that what it's doing? Okay, makes sense. Yeah.
It's a horrible.
Chickpea, I'll be right back. You have to wait 2 seconds. I have to refresh the page. I have to refresh the page. I'll be back.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. He's left me all on my own. I've just come here. I'm all on my little tot, having to talk to myself. Everyone. Marcus, where are you? Gia. Divine. Hello, everybody. Please don't leave me here. Hello, how are you? You're back. Sorry, I didn't recognize your thing for a minute. You've changed, haven't you?
It changes. It changes
Oh,
sometimes.
changes.
Depending on what computer I'm using and what
Oh,
avatar's
right.
loaded on that computer, I think.
Oh, I've only got one. I've only got one computer, just my one Chromebook.
Right. So, welcome everybody to the Finding Gnosis show, live, open discussion. Do come on and say whatever it is you feel compelled to say. We are already joined by the ever ready, ever present Chickpea. She's here to have a good old grump and a moan, and perhaps bring some enlightenment to us.
But that's. But why would a Gnostic, a person who believes in Gnosticism, be happy to be here? I mean, that's a contradiction.
Because you found Gnosis, maybe.
Yeah, I may have found it, but you see, I might when I die, I might have a really, really traumatic death, and I might be so traumatized when I die, when I go to the checkpoint, that I don't stay in the dark. I go running to the light because I see someone I recognize. I do think about these things because, like, I've only got a few years left, so I have to think about it. I think about it a lot, actually.
Have you? You said you pray sometimes. Did you
yes,
pray recently?
I pray to God for Chickpea and for Fifi, another cat I used to love dearly. And every
What
now
about
and again.
yourself? What about other people?
No, I only pray for my cats.
Only pray for your cats.
Well, my cats. Have I never told you I love all cats? I love all animals, rats, snakes, everything. I love them all. But there's no humans left that I love. The few I did that I cared for are dead. At the moment, there's nobody.
Have you not started to care for us lot on this stream?
Well, of course I care for you lot. Of course I care for you, but I don't know you as such.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, of course. I know what you mean.
No, it's a different thing. But no, I haven't loved anyone. I used to have some very good friends, a couple of guys that I loved dearly. They used to live in the block here. One died.
What happened to them? They died.
Yeah, well, not one, two died, and the other one went back to Brighton, and he had mental health problems. Yeah, he did ask me to go with him. And I think the fact that I said no, I'm not coming with you, finished it all off. If you get what I mean.
Really? How long ago was that?
Oh gosh, this would have been about 4 or 5 years ago now. Yeah.
And he's still around. He's still alive. Would you not fancy?
I don't know. He doesn't answer my emails.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
You haven't got his phone number?
No, because no, I haven't. No. And that's yes. Finished with the move in his mind. He left London. He left London for good, including me. There wasn't anything going on between us. We were just very, very good friends.
Just good friends. Yeah.
Yes, there wasn't anything going on. But I was always a bit scared that perhaps if I didn't keep my guard up, he would try and come on to me, because I have had men do that to me. And that's always the problem. That's why I didn't go to Brighton with him, because I was scared perhaps if we did move into a place together for a while, he might come on to me. And I didn't want that.
Hello to Brother Marcus. Hello, Brother Marcus made you laugh today with his little cat meme.
I actually laughed today. Yeah, did you see
He made me laugh as well, because the bastard clipped me. I was singing on the stream, like in a terrible croaky voice, just randomly, and he managed to clip it and post it. So, but it did make me laugh, brother. He did very well with it, actually. He has very good editing skills.
Yeah.
So it was funny.
That picture was.
Are you coming on, Brother Marcus? Anybody else there? Do come on and say hello to us if you are there. Sorry, Chickpea.
That picture was so me. That I have
I thought that
like
as well.
that with the cat on the table, blah blah blah, chattering to a cat.
In actual fact, my dog, sometimes we speak to him on the speakerphone when we're not here. Yeah, and he does listen. He does things. You can tell him to get the ball. Sit down, whatever, and he knows. He does hear it. At first, it took him a while to realize. He didn't. At first, he didn't understand it was our voice talking. But now he does.
Yeah, my cats do the same. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Brother Marcus says he's going to hop on. That's cool.
Yes, but it was very clever of him. It really cheered me up. That. So
what instructions can your cats follow?
Chickpea?
They know the word TUNA. If I say TUNA, they'll run into the kitchen.
T1A.
TUNA. I don't say it because they'll all go running off into the kitchen. TUNA.
Oh, I got you. I got you. Yeah.
If I say that word, they all go running off into the kitchen expecting TUNA. So I don't say it. I don't use the word unless it's TUNA time. And they know when they're being naughty, and they know. When I call them, if they want my attention, they don't want my attention, their little ears will click, but they'll just ignore me the way cats do. And they know. They may not know. They know certain words, yeah, but they know. And they know when I'm upset. Yeah, they do know. But Chickpea was something else. But like I said about the praying, I miss her so much that every now and again I feel so overwrought, missing her, so that I actually find myself on my hands and knees, literally praying to God to resurrect her, because she's buried outside my window. So is Fifi, the other cat that I was very fond of. That was also a tortie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved them. I love all my cats. I love cats.
You do?
Yeah. I've always loved cats. My first love was a cat, and my last love will be a cat. Well, don't you like animals?
I do.
Yeah.
I do indeed.
Yeah. So.
Have you seen, guys? Wait until Brother Marcus gets on. But there's this thing called Notebook LM on Google. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. It made me a bit depressed because it's like it's so good that it's like fucking hell. What is the future going to be like? You know.
Did you watch the?
You can put a document into it and it starts making a podcast out of it. It's like what the actual
scary,
fuck?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it? And do you listen to ChatGPT?
I'll do one now. I'll do one on David Icke for you if you want. We can listen to it.
Yeah. But no, listen. I want to ask you something. Did you watch that document I sent you about the AI? Because it's coming. Amazes me you're not scared.
I didn't get a chance, darling. I was very busy today. So,
but it's not David Icke talking. It's a very good. It's that politician talk. I've forgotten his name is, and he's talking about in 2 years' time, because it all seems very, very innocent. But I think personally, it's just a precursor to something far more sinister, and I really believe it. I know you don't, because I've been thinking about the Bible actually, and you can read the Bible in two different states of mind. You can read it and believe everything you read, or you can read it and think, yeah, there's something very sinister here. I read there's something very sinister here version. Now I'm very worried.
No, it is. No, it is. We are in a very strange and terrible place. No doubt about it.
Yes.
Very strange.
Well, there's something very sinister. I don't care what anyone says. And this whole digital ID terrifies, because I don't know if you know or not, but they're going to lift the restrictions on our debit cards. So if someone comes up to you in the street and says to you, give me your bleeping debit card, you bleeping blonde C, he can go to the cash point, take out as much as he likes and do a quick bit of shopping before you have a chance to get to the bank. You do know that, yeah?
When you say, when did you? I didn't hear this. I thought there was. You mean he can use the wireless on it? Is that
yes?
It?
Yeah. There's a £100 restriction or something on there, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. It could be 150 now. I don't know what it is.
There's a restriction to how much can be drawn out at any single time. They're lifting that restriction, which terrifies me, because I tell you something, when that restriction goes, I'm not going out, because I do my own banking and I haven't got much money in my current account.
Hello, Brother Marcus. Yeah, it is. It is scary if they lift that restriction too much.
Well, they are lifting it. Yeah. And when it's digital, your bank account on your phone, that is spooky.
Yeah. Hello, Brother Marcus.
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. We were just briefly talking about AI, and I looked at this thing. I hadn't looked at it before, but have you heard of Notebook LM? Google's
I have not. So, what does it do?
Danny Shine told me about it. It's absolutely terrifying.
Let's write this down.
You can upload any document, any YouTube video, any MP3, any Word document, any PDF, and it makes a fucking podcast on it.
What was his name? Something LM?
Notebook LM Notebook
Right.
or Notebook LM. I
Right,
only heard
should
about
write
it
it
yet.
down.
Well, I've seen it before, but I've just made one. I've literally just made one, so I could put it on if you want. So I did one just since we started speaking. Chickpea, I've made one on David Icke. Do you want me to play it for you?
Yeah, go on, play it.
It's
Yeah,
6 minutes long, guys. This is absolutely insane. One second.
Imagine this. You've got a guy who is a household name, a trusted sports broadcaster on the BBC, someone you'd see in your living room every week. Now picture that same guy, filling up massive arenas, talking for 10 hours straight about shape-shifting reptilian overlords and the idea that reality itself is a hologram. Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie, right? Well, it's the very real story of David Icke.
So the big question is, how on earth does someone go from talking about football scores to becoming one of the most famous and, let's be honest, controversial conspiracy theorists on the planet? It's a journey that has absolutely fascinated, angered, and even inspired people for more than 30 years. So yeah, let's dive into this. All right, Section 1. To really get a handle on Icke's worldview, you have to go back to the beginning, back when he was, a totally conventional public figure. First a professional footballer, then a beloved BBC sports presenter in the 80s. A pretty normal path, right? Well, the speed of this change is just staggering. After a solid career in sports and broadcasting, everything flipped on its head in 1991. He goes on this super popular chat show called Wogan, wearing that now famous turquoise tracksuit, and he declares himself the son of the Godhead. The audience just erupted in laughter. The media absolutely tore him apart. His public image shattered literally overnight. But then, fast forward 15 years, he goes back on that same show, and he's a completely different person. And this quote right here tells you everything. He didn't see that public humiliation as a defeat. For him, it was a trial by fire. It was this intense experience that burned away his old self and basically forged his new mission. In his mind, he'd been tested, and he came out the other side stronger for it.
So moving into Section 2. After pulling back from that intense media spotlight, Icke didn't just vanish. Nope. Instead, he started building the spiritual foundation for his entire worldview. This is really where the seeds of everything that would define him for the next 3 decades were planted. If you look at his first books from the early 90s, the themes are very much rooted in New Age philosophy. He's talking about a huge vibrational shift for the planet, claiming he's getting messages from some kind of higher consciousness, and seeing the Earth as a living being he called Gaia. But then, right around 1995, a new ingredient gets added to the mix. The idea of a hidden network of elites. And that right there was the bridge from his spiritual message to what would become this massive conspiracy framework. Now you got to remember this quote, it's from his very first book, and it's basically the bedrock of his whole philosophy. Even as his theories got way more complex and, controversial, this core idea that love is the fundamental frequency of the universe and everything else is just a made-up illusion, that's always remained right at the center. All right, Section 3. And this is where that spiritual foundation starts to build into something else, something much bigger. In the late 90s, Icke's message takes a really dramatic turn. We're moving away from just vibrational shifts and into a cosmic conspiracy of, epic proportions. So in 1999, he puts out what is probably his most important book, and he calls it The Biggest Secret. The title itself is a huge question, right? A question that would really define his entire career from that moment on. What's the one truth so big it would change everything if people knew it? And here's his answer. He puts forward this theory that a race of shape-shifting reptilian beings from another dimension have been secretly interbreeding with human elites for thousands of years. According to him, these hybrid bloodlines are now in all the positions of power across the world. We're talking royalty, politics, banking, you name it. This idea, it became the absolute cornerstone of his entire worldview. Okay, Section 4. But believe it or not, the reptilian theory was just one piece of a much, much bigger puzzle. The conspiracy, for him, wasn't just about who controls the world. It got way deeper. It became about the very fabric of our reality itself. So his model just kept expanding. He started pulling in ancient Gnostic ideas about these archons, which he describes as parasitic beings that feed on our negative energy. He argued that our reality is actually a holographic matrix, like a simulation, designed to keep us stuck in a time loop of control. He even came up with a specific mechanism for how this whole illusion is supposedly broadcast to us. He calls this the Saturn-Moon matrix. The theory, as he lays it out, goes something like this. Step 1, the planet Saturn acts like a giant broadcasting station, sending out these control frequencies. Step 2, the Moon, which he claims is actually an artificial satellite, picks up those frequencies, amplifies them, and beams them to Earth. And Step 3, our brains decode that signal, creating the collective illusion we all experience as reality. So, the obvious question is, if we're living in some kind of cosmic prison, how do we get out? Well, for Ike, the answer isn't what you'd think. It's not about fighting the system or a violent revolution. The solution, he says, is totally internal. It's all about a shift in your own consciousness. He breaks it down into this idea of two selves. On one hand, you have the phantom self. That's our ego. It's the part of us defined by fear and by all the labels society sticks on us. Our job, our nationality, our political party, that, he says, is the prison. But then beyond that is our real self, which is just infinite, loving awareness. And that, he says, is the key to getting out.
So the path to freedom, what he calls the awakening, is all about waking up from the dream of that phantom self. It means you have to consciously stop engaging with all the fear and division you see everywhere. You have to detach from all those labels that you think define you, stop identifying with your ego, and instead reconnect with that deeper, infinite awareness. It's about remembering who you really are.
And this all leads to his ultimate point, which is captured perfectly in this quote. He's basically arguing that reality isn't some external thing that happens to us. It's a projection that comes from within our own consciousness. So if you change your consciousness on the inside, you actually change the world you perceive on the outside. From a BBC presenter on the sidelines of a football pitch to a prophet of a cosmic conspiracy, David Icke's evolution is without a doubt one of the wildest stories in modern public life. So what do you make of it? Is his worldview the result of a journey into delusion, or is it a unique, even profound guide to understanding the nature of illusion? That's for you to decide.
I do remember reading all this stuff.
But, I mean, guys, that's
insane.
That is absolutely insane. You got to admit that is and it actually scared me a bit. Do you know that, guys? Because we haven't even listened to. I've also clicked on one. I won't play it now because it takes too long. But there's actually like a 17-minute lecture as well with just audio. I'm not going to play that.
And I was already well on my way to become the next Joe Rogan, but that's kind of mucked that up.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, what the actual fuck, you know?
Yeah.
This isn't the podcast, though. That was like a video. You can do a podcast one as well.
I've read this in his books. I have read all this in his books. Although I'd forgotten it all, because I mean, I've been reading them since the 90s, and I tend to forget it all. But
dead internet theories coming true.
I know, mate. I know. Look, I'm quite sad actually, because it's this thing is absolutely insane, and it's making blog posts. You can make everything on whatever you put in there. You just put a few files in, and you can put as many files in as you want. By the way, this is actually.
Is this a free thing or a paid thing?
Notebook LM, it's called. Google.
Is it free?
Yeah, and you can put YouTube videos in it. The first, by the way, I did one. You get like 4 goes free or something a day. I put in my video. I'm not going to play it now because my views have changed. But you know my video, This World is Hell. I put that in it, and it had like these 2 people talking about it, like, and all the points of it. It was absolutely insane. So you can do it with YouTube videos. It is interesting. It actually does talk about the content of the video really well.
Wow.
So you can do it with audio. So you could have you can listen, you can get like a lecture, like audio of a lecture, of a speech. You know, you could go to a talk, you know, in university, you could be doing your classes, put it all in, and it will just give you the whole synopsis in 6 minutes or whatever. Yeah. Or then it will give you like a podcast. I mean, look, it's actually meant to be for learning, I believe. It's a learning tool. So, you know, there are positives in that sense, but I think it's a good learning tool. Definitely. It will help some students, you know, but the other side to this is where AI is. And I'm just disheartened because where is the human? I've been trying to build human connection online. Yeah. And I'm just terrified about where this is all going, guys. I'm just absolutely terrified because I'm like, how are we going to know what's real and what's not, even online, you know? What?
We're not going to know. We're not going to know.
We're not going to know because, like, we're only another. I'd say we're only another 6 months or a year. I'd say if they really wanted to, they could do it now. They could have bots talking to you like this, that log in onto your live stream, and just talking to you, and you'll never know if it's a real person or not. There'll be ideological bots going around joining live streams, providing debating things. You know what I mean? And doing so. I mean,
but think also of the potential, like for phishing and scams as well. That just ramps that up.
Say that again.
The potential for phishing and scams.
Oh yeah. Absolutely, man.
So in Japan, for example, they have this. There was it was going around about 10 or 15 years ago. I think it still happens. It's called ore ore. And ore ore means it's me. And the yakas are basically, the Chimpito would phone up old people and say, hey, it's me, it's your grandson. I need $1 million yen. Can you go to the ATM now and take it out? But if you scale that with bots, fucking hell.
I know.
Yeah. Do you answer for all your phone calls? Because I don't.
No, I don't. My phone's pretty good at like telling me when something is spam.
Yeah.
No, I've got mine in constant airplane mode, and I only answer.
Oh, really? You need to be careful with that.
Why?
Because people might be trying to contact you. There's no point in isolating yourself totally.
They can contact me online using my email address if they're that desperate. No, because you know what they tape. These scammers tape our voices, and they can use them on all sorts of rubbish, and I'm terrified because I used to get so many scam calls.
Yeah. So what I'm doing now, guys, is that old video I had, which, by the way, my views have changed. I still think we're in a hellish place, but this video was an argument for AN back in the day. So I'm just gonna upload that in a second. It will be the same kind of style. Okay. I'm downloading it now, and then I'm going to upload it.
Are you not AN anymore? My God.
I don't understand it, D&W. I just don't understand.
I know.
Because I tell you something, I reckon. Well, I keep saying the same old thing. I'll shut my mouth.
It's okay.
No, say it.
I reckon that there's. I reckon there's a big loosh party coming up. A big loosh party.
What's a loosh party?
A loosh party. Well, they're going to kill a whole load of us off, just like I think we're being fattened up for something very, very sinister. That's what I believe. Because you know what, the world can't sustain our population for any length of time because it's just getting to be too big. But then we've been encouraged to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think they're going to we're being fattened up. Just like we fatten up farm animals to feast on their little raw flesh every Christmas, and they're doing it to us.
For
our soul, not the meat, for our souls.
So what for our soul? Whilst this is uploading, I'll tell you. So basically, you can go on this thing and you can put in any URL of any YouTube video, and it will do a podcast on it. Okay, God. I actually think it's quite good. It is actually quite good. I haven't actually. You can upload multiple sources, so you might be able to do something where it does a bit more comparing and contrasting and analyzing it. You know what I mean? Comparing it to other things. I haven't checked that out. Possibly there is that option. At the moment, I've just uploaded one file to each notebook. Anyway, this one is processing. Oh, it's ready. I'll play this one, right? This is a podcast on one of my very old videos from about 6 years ago. You ready?
Okay, let's unpack this. Welcome to the deep dive. Today we're exploring a deeply provocative piece of philosophy. It asserts that existence, really at its core, is defined by suffering. This source presents a pretty sweeping, intense argument that life is, metaphorically speaking, hell. Our mission here is to analyze the detailed logic used to support this extreme position. We aren't here to endorse it or reject it for that matter, but really just to track the argument. It moves through the cosmic, the biological, the social, and it leads to this surprising moral conclusion, antinatalism. And the author claims that facing this harsh truth, rather than leading to despair, is actually the gateway to a kind of curious joy found in escaping denial.
Yeah, what's fascinating here is how hell is defined. It's not theological, It's presented as a metaphor for a terrible, cruel, unstable reality where suffering is inescapable. That's the central premise. The source seems to suggest that maybe beneath our usual defenses or celebrations of life, there's this deep, persistent suspicion that the world is fundamentally, well, merciless. And the structure of the argument is quite deliberate. The author intentionally lays out all this evidence of suffering first. It's like setting a harsh stage. You have to establish that foundation, you see, to make the case for their ultimate moral imperative. The idea is you need to recognize the scope of the disease before you can possibly accept the radical cure proposed.
Okay, so let's start where they start. The cosmic context. You look out at the vastness of space, the nebulae, distant stars from Hubble. It looks beautiful. But the source argues our enjoyment is entirely passive. It emphasizes our complete detachment, our isolation. We're described rather strikingly as aliens sitting on a far-flung sofa across the cosmos. And even if we were viewing, say, a thermonuclear catastrophe on Earth, we'd perceive it merely as a dazzling, detached spectacle, like fireworks.
A chilling image.
It really is. And this place is Earth, our only home as this tiny island of life in a hostile ocean. We're constantly exposed to gas, radiation, sheer cold emptiness.
And that isolation, it's matched by an expiration date, isn't it? The source reminds us of the inevitable heat death of the whole universe.
Yeah.
But even more immediately, our own sun. It's scheduled to begin its death process in, roughly 4 to 5 billion years. It'll turn Earth into a molten orb.
Grim.
And the author views that entire cosmological cycle, Big Bang, expansion, death, maybe rebirth, not as some eternal hope, but as a relentless, never-ending cosmic trap.
Okay, so that's the vast, cold backdrop.
Precisely. And that bleak cosmic background, it sets the tone perfectly for life on our tiny island. So transitioning from the cold vacuum of space to the hot, bloody chaos of life itself, the author essentially declares existence on Earth is a never-ending war. A biological battle zone, they call it the circle of lunch, where ceaseless, violent competition is just the defining rule.
And the examples used here are really specific. They seem chosen to illustrate a kind of almost programmed sadism in nature itself. We see this in certain insect life cycles, and maybe most vividly in the behavior of parasites. The source describes that organism, the one that has to complete its cycle in a cat but starts in a mouse.
Oh yes, the Toxoplasma gondii example usually.
Right. And it achieves its goal by biologically hijacking the mouse's brain. It eliminates its natural fear, so the mouse becomes easy, willing prey for the cat.
Exactly. It turns the mouse into a vehicle for the parasite's own life cycle.
And similarly, the source mentions the gruesome social structure of certain ant species. Their survival mechanism requires systematically colonizing rivals by killing the opposing queen and then rubbing her scent on themselves.
Right, to manipulate her workers into accepting the usurper. It's brutal efficiency.
So the point being made is that life isn't just cruel by accident sometimes. Suffering and exploitation are often the actual mechanisms of survival and evolution.
That's the core of it, yes. The biological foreground is one of perpetual, painful competition. This really establishes the premise that sentient life must constantly compete, consume, and then eventually succumb to the physical demands of existence. It reinforces the author's rather stark view that the rules of nature seem written by, their term is a psychopath.
Okay, so from the cosmic and the biological, now we bring that battle down to the individual human level. We're still just hairy, ape-like participants, as the source puts it, vulnerable. Vulnerable to countless physical and mental traumas, from major things like cancer or car crashes, down to the continuous daily aches and minor pains. Just having a body.
Mm-hmm. The everyday reality.
Yeah, and the source quotes the humorist Ambrose Bierce. He apparently said there's only one kind of fortune in this world: misfortune. Pain is framed as our primary instructor, our constant companion. It drives basic functions, even breathing, eating whole. They're motivated by the pain of deprivation, if you think about it.
It's a provocative framing, certainly.
And this suffering only accelerates with the, quote, horror of aging. The inevitable decay, losing memories, the prevalence of things like depression, anxiety, even psychopathy.
Right. And this is where the argument shifts into the soulful domain. And this is where it gets really interesting, I think, because the source attacks human systems as being, scarcely more sophisticated than that biological jungle we just talked about. The social world is characterized largely by egocentric self-interest. And the source explicitly claims that manipulative or, say, narcissistic individuals often rise to the top in these systems.
Okay, and are there specific examples given for that?
Oh, yes. Very specific and highly polemical examples are used to illustrate this systematic exploitation. They paint a picture of, say, the technology sector. You might have brilliant technical talent, maybe autistic geniuses, as the source puts it, programming for relatively low pay. While managers, perhaps bullshitting MBA businessmen, in the source's charged language, prioritize profit and reap disproportionate rewards.
Okay, so that's one industry.
Another example given is about caregivers. Altruistic nurses working long, difficult shifts, often nights, for, quote, fuck all pay. Especially contrasting this with the private sector, where the profit generated by their hard work might go to, again the source's words, a fat cat cunt, an owner or shareholder, rather than being reinvested in the service or better pay. Now, these are obviously rhetorical attacks designed to argue that society often just formalizes that natural rule, the strong exploiting the weak.
I see. So it's portraying this constant pervasive war for territory, playing out globally between nations vying for resources, but also locally, between neighbors feuding over a fence line.
Exactly. And even seemingly positive human interactions get viewed through this cynical lens. Love, romance. They're reduced almost to complex skirmishes in a biological or social struggle for meeting advantage or status.
And this pervasive self-interest, the source then argues, it necessitates a kind of camouflage. The camouflage of altruism. It brings up tragic historical examples. High-profile figures who use positions of public trust, whether in media, like Jimmy Savile, or religious institutions.
Right, the corrupt priest scandal.
Exactly. Use those positions to commit horrific acts. The argument being that this shows how morality itself is often just a mask for malice. And even genuinely good people are ultimately exposed to and sometimes just crushed by the relentless cruelty of the system.
And the ultimate conclusion drawn from all this, the cosmic, the biological, the social landscape, it's incredibly stark. Existence is defined by attack, pain, and death. Full stop. And since society reserves these exact outcomes, things like incarceration, deprivation, suffering, and ultimately death for criminals, the fact that every single one of us experiences these things suggests, according to the author's logic, that someone or something regards us as criminals. Therefore, the world is logically identified as a place of punishment, essentially hell.
Wow, okay, that sets an overwhelmingly negative landscape. But, a listener is naturally going to ask, what about hope? What about joy? Simple resilience. Surely this entire argument hinges on a pretty fundamental assumption that suffering consistently and overwhelmingly outweighs any happiness. Does the source seriously address that, the sort of utilitarian perspective, or just simple optimism?
It does. It anticipates that pushback,
Right.
Systematically tries to debunk the common objections, the things people might say to maintain, what the source calls denial. So the first objection, lots of good things happen. Sunsets, kittens, good dinners, pleasure.
Right, the simple joys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But these are dismissed, essentially, as fluffy disguises. The argument focuses on what's called the asymmetry of value. Good things are seen as temporary, fragile. Sunsets, just dying stars. Kittens, they grow into ruthless predators within the food chain. And most importantly, the argument goes, since every life, no matter how joyful it might seem in parts, always ends badly, it ends in inevitable decline and death, then the entire story is ultimately defined by its sad conclusion. So from a literary perspective, or even a logical one, they argue, life is always a tragedy, regardless of any happy chapters in the middle.
Okay. And the second major objection, I imagine this one comes up a lot, the idea that you have to have the bad to appreciate the good.
Yes, that's a huge one, a profound ethical sticking point for many. But the author argues that a world requiring pain just to appreciate pleasure is itself morally defective. Why? Why couldn't we simply exist in a state of pleasure, or at least contentment, without needing its opposite for contrast?
Yeah, why the requirement for suffering?
Right. The source compares this necessity to some kind of morally compromised experiment, like we're lab rats. We only get the tasty pellet, the pleasure, after we've endured the electric shock, the pain. A designer who builds a world where appreciation requires trauma is, by the source's definition, a cruel designer. It makes the system itself inherently hellish.
Okay. And the final rebuttal, what about the holistic view? The glorious whole goes on idea, Mother Earth, Gaia, that kind of thing, where individual suffering doesn't really matter because the system, the species, persists.
Yeah, that gets tackled too. The source critiques this view as offering very little solace to the emotionally aware. It argues that reducing individual human beings, or any sentient beings, to just disposable cogs in a machine actually reveals the moral bankruptcy of existence itself. This kind of biological totalitarianism where billions of individuals are constantly born just to suffer, compete, be consumed, and then be replaced. It's presented as an inherently horrific system, not a comforting whole.
Okay, so despite the frankly depressing nature of this entire argument, the author claims to find a curious joy in the realization itself, like the satisfaction of clarity, of intellectual honesty, getting out of denial.
That seems to be the idea. Once you supposedly accept the system as fundamentally painful, fundamentally rigged, you stop trying to rationalize it. You stop making excuses for it. And you start seeking what the author presents as a true solution.
And that recognition that suffering, pain, the horrors of the feeding frenzy are just inevitable parts of the package that leads directly to the pivotal question. What is the sane and perhaps more importantly, the compassionate thing to do in response?
And that compassion, the source argues very forcefully, demands antinatalism. That's the punchline. The conclusion is that the only truly kind, truly compassionate action one can take is, well, not to put any more sentient life into it.
Right. Don't create more sufferers.
Precisely. The claim is one of moral responsibility. Bringing a child into this reality where they are absolutely guaranteed to be exposed to the risk, potential cancer, accidents, molestation, psychological trauma, the certainty of aging, the certainty of death, this is argued to be an inherently morally culpable action.
A culpable action by the parent.
Yes. The parent, being aware or capable of being aware of the nature of existence as laid out in the argument, is seen as imposing profound, unavoidable suffering onto another being. And often, the source claims, for purely self-gratifying reasons, whether that's, biological urges, hormonal drives, or the egocentric desire for lineage, for someone to carry on their name or look after them, it's framed as a criminal action.
Wow, criminal action is strong language.
It is, because the parent is deemed guilty and responsible for all the future suffering in that person's life. Therefore, the ultimate act of compassion, in this view, is to leave the unborn just where they are, the peace, the guaranteed peace of non-existence.
So, okay, what does this all mean for us thinking about this? We've analyzed a worldview that sees existence as this fundamentally flawed system. It's maintained by chaos, suffering is the primary teacher, death is the only certainty. And the solution offered, antinatalism, is presented not as despair, but as the only rational and ethical way to stand up for humanity by choosing not to be a part of this painful machine.
It definitely raises a final, very provocative question for the listener, doesn't it? If we even provisionally accept the source's central premise, this idea of the asymmetry of pain and pleasure, where non-existence is presented as a state of guaranteed safety and existence is a state of guaranteed risk and eventual suffering, then does the decision to procreate, to bring new life into this world, genuinely stand as an act of hope and optimism? Or is it perhaps merely an act of rationalized risk-taking, imposing that risk on someone who cannot consent? That's the challenge it leaves you with.
Okay, that was that. So,
well, I can see why I'm so depressed now, because that's what's going through my little head.
You should listen to your old stuff again.
Who, me?
No, DNW, so he can be an antinatalist again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it still didn't it still didn't compel me or sway me.
It's all hormones, DNW. We're genetically designed.
It doesn't sway me back that way. No, sorry.
I hate to say this, Joke, and I hate to have to say it.
It's much worse than I thought it was, Chickpea. That's the problem. I was naive. It's much, much worse than merely saying, "Oh, you're preventing anything by being an antinatalist." It's much worse than I envisaged. It's much, much worse than that. It's like now I view pessimism as like hardcore pessimism, right? Whereby you think everything is futile and there's no point in doing anything.
Oh, no, I don't think that. I feed my cats, feed the birds.
Yeah. Well, look, now I view it as naive. It's much worse than I thought it was. In my view, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Existence is much more. As I said, hell wouldn't be hell if there was an easy way out of it, and I mean that as a metaphor as well, for the suffering that is.
But I think we've just had sort of 80.
But anyway, the only reason I played that is because you can now go on there and put any YouTube video you want onto there and do like a podcast. It's crazy, isn't it? And you can actually
that's horrific. Just horrific.
Yeah. I honestly, I was depressed when I saw it. I was like, what the fuck? Because you can actually put multiple sources on it. As I said, I haven't done that yet. I don't know what that would be like. And I'm not going to do it now, but you guys can go away and play with it a bit. But It's like, yeah, look, that was, you got to admit, that was pretty good, wasn't it? For
It was fantastic. And you know what they always say, wherever AI is now, that's the worst it's going to be from here on in.
Yeah. I mean, the reason I got depressed is like, well, you know, that's better than what I did. Do you know what I mean? It's like it explained it really clearly, and it's like, wow, imagine what it's going to be like in another, as you say, this is the worst it's going to be. And I'm gobsmacked, actually.
Yeah,
I'm absolutely gobsmacked.
Yeah.
Why are you gobsmacked?
Because you've seen those two things. Well, look, I made a relatively good David Icke fucking video there, yeah, just by uploading a fucking document on David Icke. And you could do the same with anything. You can upload any file to this, yeah, audio, text, video, and it makes a fucking podcast. It makes a fucking a video, or it makes a fucking blog post on it as well, you know. It can also make a mind map as well, you know, to help you learn it, which is good. That the mind map thing is good. I like that. But I'm not necessarily worried about people using these tools to help them as individuals learn. I'm just worried about what this means in terms of human connection, you know, human authenticity, and just where this is all going to go, man. Look, where the fuck is everything going, guys? You know.
Well, those
we're close to the stage where we're very close to it, where it's better than us, you know.
But you know what? Even when I use AI on occasion, like to research something, I've noticed it actually doubles my workload, because if I use, for example, Grok, okay, here's a question, and then I'm just going to go and check everything anyway.
Yeah.
So, because
I mean, in
AI
many ways,
hallucinates.
Grok is, you got to be careful. But all these things, I view them as like a kind of new search engine in a way. You know, you search on there and then you go away and do your own research. Do you know what I mean? But you can't take it. You can't take it for gospel. They are basically glorified search engines at the end of the day. That just
that notebook thing that you just used, like, it could be susceptible to the same hallucinations. Like, you never really know. And it would, I'm paranoid enough to have to go and search everything myself.
Yeah, you have to do that. You're right. But the thing is, I don't think those two instances, I don't think they said much wrong there. You know, I do know the Ambrose, they got the Ambrose Bierce quotation wrong, because what they actually said, there's only one type of fortune, and that's misfortune. What he actually said is misfortune, the type of fortune that never misses. That was the quote I said. Yeah, that was.
But then the AIs, they start to hallucinate like Chinese whispers, you know, and it gets worse.
Yeah,
worse.
the AI. That's the only thing I could say it got wrong, totally wrong. But again, I wouldn't look. The thing is, Steve, humans get things wrong as well when they do presentations on other people's work.
I think that there's an inbuilt correction system, though, we have at a population level, I might say.
Hey guys, I didn't use this, but you can edit it as well. So I could go in. And where it said something wrong, I could verbally tell it, "Hey, you've done something wrong," and then it goes back and changes the direction.
It's insane.
I haven't done that, but I would urge you to try this. Like, I mean, but I'm like, holy shit, YouTube is just going to become like all these fucking phony podcasts and videos, man.
Well, like Mark said, it's just dead internet theory, isn't it? That's
I think so.
Is.
I think so. Yeah. We're very close to it. And I actually don't know what the solution is. I mean, are we going to be doing weird fucking analog fucking parties or something? How are real humans going to connect? We might go back to having those radios. You know, those radios. What they call
the shortwave radios, ham radios.
The shortwave radios. Yeah, but even those, they'll probably put a bot on the fucking things talking to you.
This is Convoy 567 calling out. Is anyone out there?
Hello, this is Grok.
D&W do know, don't you, that everything we do online all gets stored by Google.
Yeah. I know that. No, but it has made me more and more kind of realizing, like, if you are a youngster today and you're not like a techno fucking wizard or whatever, then get yourself a practical skill but the problem is, I just feel so sorry for everyone, because everyone's going to be doing that. Like, everyone's going to be trying to do like a food business, be an electrician, be a plumber, be a decorator, be a builder, you know, be a food, caterer or whatever, hairdresser, whatever, beautician. So the competition is going to be immense, you know. our population got so big because of the diversification, you know, and all the different jobs for everybody. Back in the day, guys, people who have jobs now in certain industries wouldn't have bread. I'm sorry to say that. But, you know, there wouldn't have been jobs for them and they wouldn't have been successful in society. Would you agree with me to some degree?
Yes.
And I would say that about the tech.
100%.
I'm sorry to say this. They won't like this, but I think back in the day, tech bros wouldn't have had much say in the breeding pool, you know?
Well, they were nerds.
Yeah, exactly. So back in the day, they would have been sidelined and they wouldn't have been in the game in terms
Oh,
of
they
breeding.
were. They were sidelined. Frick, we used to give hell to
Yeah,
those
yeah,
people.
yeah. Of course. And that's the interesting thing is that back in the olden days, they wouldn't have had a say or they wouldn't have been part of the future. But now they are literally the future. It is like that film.
Well, they're
Revenge of
making the
Nerds.
future.
Revenge of the Nerds, you know?
Yeah. Hang on, is that JE in the chat?
Yes.
Hey,
JE,
yo.
mate, long time.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah, it's been a while. How are you?
Very well, mate.
We're okay, man. We're just in shock. We're scared. And
About what? What are you in shock about?
Just the whole AI thing. I've been playing some kind of I've been messing around with a Notebook LM. I think it's what is it called? I'll get the name right for fuck's sake.
Yeah, Notebook LM.
Notebook LM. Yeah, and it's just insane. You upload documents on it. You give it a video to analyze, and it makes a fucking podcast on it.
Oh, interesting. Oh, is that what I was hearing earlier about them talking about Toxoplasma gondii or something?
No, that's the AI.
That was the AI, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
I've heard those voices before in like fake podcasts on YouTube. YouTube is being like dumped with AI slop, and
it is,
yeah.
I think for a good few, for like almost a few weeks, I contemplated whether or not I should delete this app or not because searching for any topic now, I just keep getting AI videos. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've noticed that.
And it's going to get worse and worse.
I've been getting mixed messages. On one hand, I've heard AI YouTubers trying to push back against AI content, but at the same time, I've heard they're kind of promoting shorts or something. Like is that, or maybe
I don't know. I mean, they're using AI in the fucking videos. I mean, they're doctoring the videos with AI.
I've heard that too. Yeah.
Especially
America's Zombie is back. He says maybe this all happened by chance, you know, some sort of random selection. So he's making fun of the people who don't believe who believe in evolution. So there you go, he's back. But yeah,
actually, that's an interesting thing because I saw something today about photographs of the past, and apparently one never sees photographs of the past. I'm talking about the past 200 years ago, with snow in them.
Really? I didn't know.
Yeah, I've never thought of before, but apparently it's so. It is so.
Oh no, you don't have a conspiracy theory that snow only came into existence in modern times.
No, but I do think there's something I don't care what anyone says. It's very, very easy to rewrite history because I tell you something. A lot of the stuff we read is a pack of lies. I know that's about the Second World War. Why?
Do you want me to do a fucking video on Graham Hancock next?
Graham Hancock. Who's he?
He's the guy that thinks that we've had like ancient civilizations that reached technical superiority, and then we had some kind of climate catastrophe that basically ruined us and brought us back to the Stone Age.
Well, actually, DNW, because I tell you something, I've been to Egypt.
Is it called the mud flood crew? I think there's the people who believe in the great mud floods of the past. That there's like
I believe in
civilizations that were covered in mud. Sorry, go ahead.
Well. So I've been to Egypt, and when you go to Egypt, there's some temples in a place called Aswan. And when you see these temples, you are left wondering how they did it. And same with the pyramids, but in particular the temples. And also in Yemen, the Yemenis are building high buildings. And you look at them, you think, how did they do that? It's very strange. How did they do that? And the stuff in the pyramids, there's weird stuff in the pyramids about.
There's a thing, Chickpea. You have to be very thankful for as a woman living in modernity, and that's called muscle and men.
No, it's more abortion on demand, D&W. That's what we have to be thankful for.
Oh my god. Oh my god. We have maxed out. Everybody be nice, please, tonight. Yeah. A little maxed out.
Sterilization. No, sterilization not on demand, only if you're a man. Because I asked to be sterilized when I was 20. You know what they said to me? No, because you'll change your mind. I never did.
No, that's what like the worst thing ever. Like let people make their own choices. Like I already knew when I was like 18, 19, but I was never gonna have kids.
Yeah,
Like,
I've always known you.
you know what I mean? Just let people make their own choices.
Yeah, they don't let you. Because I asked and it was told, no, you can't.
They
But
do
many
let
can
you
get
in a lot.
vasectomies.
They do let you in the West. Come on, for fuck's sake.
Never used to when I was young, D&W. When I was
but
young,
now they do. Now they do.
but when I was young, you couldn't. No sterilization for women, only for men.
We have a maxed out. Then again, I don't know what the laws are in America in relation to abortion these days.
Donald Trump, he's anti-abortion. Donald Trump, little capitalist shit pig. Because I hate him.
Maxed out. We won't talk about evolution today, if that's right. We're talking about AI maxed out, and I've just been playing some videos and stuff made by AI, and the quality is insanely good. And we're just kind of worried and talking about what this means for the future, if not just the present. I don't know. Have you got any thoughts on that? Is it something you think about, like the AI takeover of the internet, if not the world?
Well, it's not even a takeover. When you look at this, everything we're seeing right now is about 40 years behind. So this is planned. If you look at, they have videos itself showing 3D graphics from the 60s, things that in the 70s and 80s weren't even available.
Yeah.
So they slowly put this stuff out. This is orchestrated. They already know what the agenda is. And the ignorance of the average human is to say, well, we don't know where it's going to go. You know, that's what the sheep will do. Yeah. This is so planned out to the forward. And when you look at many technologies that have been re-engineered, and, you know, when you look at, glacial core sampling, right? So I heard you mention Graham Hancock and stuff, right? Again, any evidence that goes against the lie of evolution is changed to fit the theory instead of doing the scientific method and changing the theory to fit the evidence. So when we change the theory to fit the evidence, we see that everything we have today has been re-engineered. It's as if something did happen and destroy many things. The video recorder, right, it happened before the television set. And this was like late 1700s, early 1800s. Now they're coming out with colorized videotape from 1890s, from Jerusalem and stuff like that. So when we see something like AI today, this is just the tip of the iceberg. They're already reading people's minds.
Are they not just editing the old footage and adding color to it, though? I think
no. See, that's what the evolution theory does. Change the evidence to fit the theory. Instead of saying, you know what? Well, if we look at just the computer stuff, look at Dr. Jose Delgado. In the 50s, he was working on wireless brain control, showing how he could stop a bull in its tracks in the middle of the arena, and went out there and used his own body as the test subject, and the bull stopped. He showed how they were testing monkeys they were using radio signals to induce apathy and aggression. So when you look at these technologies that were openly tested in the 50s and 60s and then magically disappeared through the 70s, 80s, and even 90s, and then resurfaced until they got it down.
Like holograms.
Well, holograms again.
Yeah. You know what? I must tell you, back in the 60s, I was living in the Middle East on a American Air Force base. That was just the way things were. And one night we were lurking around, and there was this huge parade ground. We were lurking around the parade ground, and we saw American military vehicles appearing, disappearing. They were holograms. And that was in 1968, 69 time.
Well, holograms, cloaking devices, these are all real things.
Strange things, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and the average American zombie or world zombie, because what America does, the world follows. You know, we infect the entire planet. To think of
that's true.
Actually makes the laws, or I mean, that's the height of idiocy. To think that there's not something behind him pushing this. The nuclear scare. When you look into the history we've been told, like the atom, right? Doesn't that from Greece, right? Doesn't that mean the uncuttable? So something that is uncuttable is uncuttable. It's not that, oh, we figured out how to split the atom, this and that. If I told you I had a nuclear explosive, but it was just an extremely powerful conventional bomb, an idiot would believe that. And then with tons of propaganda, it would become a pseudo fact. Like, why was Hitler in India? Why were they looking for ancient technology? And whoever won got to control the world. But we think that person or that group was controlling the world, but something was controlling them, telling them where to go search and find these things. When we think that reality is just matter, that's like a height of ignorance. It goes way beyond this. So AI today is just the tip of the iceberg. They're farming us. Hollywood producers have given little hints and stuff. I tell people, read Brave New World, read 1984. Brave New World, we're headed toward the birthing tanks. People are ready, right? I wrote a book called Nightmare on Sperm Street, showing how, and you know, it's a crazy title. I should have called it something, but hey, it is what it is, right? Thank goodness I even got it on Amazon. But I showed how in Japan, in Korea, guys were already marrying in 2010 two-dimensional wives. Anime.
What?
Pictures. Yeah, this is real. This is factual. You can look it up. Of course, people are marrying sex dolls, stuff like that. So now with AI, because I made a joke like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I said, man, if they could put World of Warcraft into a sex doll, they probably already have it. They just can't get it away from the scientist that's in the lab. And these guys, World of Warcraft has broken up marriages. And a woman started a website called, Wives Against World of Warcraft. She was married for 6 years.
But there is actually a Reddit subreddit. I thought it was a joke at first when I thought it was like kind of just people satire. But there's a subreddit called My AI Boyfriend. My AI Boyfriend. All right. And it's not just AI boyfriends, it's AI girlfriends. It's people who are supposedly having romantic relationships with AI bots. And basically they all go on there. And I think it's basically AI bots they've basically conjured up themselves on like ChatGPT and other LLMs. But very unhinged, insane stuff. That's one way of looking at it. But on the another way you could look at it is it's just harmless. It's lonely people trying to get some satisfaction in life. And it's not really that bad because those lonely people probably didn't have anything in the past to salve their feelings of despair. And if they are getting some kind of kick out of it, well, that's okay because the normies aren't going to exactly do that anyway. Most normal people aren't going to choose to have an AI girlfriend or boyfriend or AI friend over a real person.
Well, they won't have the chance for a real person. If you stay up on the current dating and relationship, normies aren't even getting their looks match. They're not even getting girls below their looks match, and nobody cares. Nobody cares
to say that.
Yeah, they would normally send these men off to war, and when you look at it, you start to say, "Wow, dating and relationship is so crazy right now."
It's false.
You can do the test. You can put up a normal guy's picture. You can put up a very good-looking guy's picture and see the difference. See where average to below average women will not go with a normal guy unless they've been used, abused, had children, and now they're saying, you know what, I'm looking for a good man. Who wants it now? And guys would still accept that. And they're still saying, no, we want a guy that's over 6 foot tall that makes 6 figures. And it's like, what? Are you delusional?
It's apparently it's like 6'4" now.
It is. I'm 6'1", and I've never had a problem with. I mean, even if you're 6'1", if you look like a ghoul, women are going to kind of stray away from you. But if you're 6'1" and you have a few things going for you, yeah, it's always been easy for me. I mean, we're only 10% of the population on the planet, men over 6 foot. Men over 6'4", you're looking at 3%.
Yeah,
and now
but
out of those,
it is, as I said, I don't know what age you are now, but I think you're old enough now, right? You're not in the young
no, I'm not
game.
young. I'm not old, but I'm not young. So I'm in between.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, but I'm talking about the younger generations, people starting out late teens, early 20s, 20 up to 25, that age.
Oh, yeah. It's over.
It's like you have to be 6 foot. We don't look. I'm generalizing here, but there is a push towards taller and taller, and there are a lot of tall people in these younger generations. And yeah, I feel sorry for youngsters these days. As I said, I think this is more. I don't know. Is it more of a problem for the younger generations than say people over 35, or would you say
it's the same, because women that are over 35, like in my category, right? I don't want to date them. I mean, I date girls in their 20s, and like probably if a girl is 30 or 35 now, it's like, look, why would I? I'm in shape. I don't have a gut. I tell guys, look, when you get over 35, you hit the 40s and stuff. When you have a gut, you're going to pay for it. You better be super rich, and it's never going to be a mutual sexual relationship. She's not going to have fun having sex with you. She's going to be doing it for the money. So it's like a light form of prostitution. And these women are still expecting guys that are tall. I have an older friend who dates, and the woman is like, they're in their 60s, and she had the nerve to tell him, because he's a short guy, takes her out, pays for everything, such a good guy. And she goes, she normally wouldn't go for a guy like him that short, and she needs to look around while she still has her looks. And I said, what? And we started laughing. She's 62, looks like a troll.
Wow.
Lord of the Rings. And it's just delusional, beyond delusional. And this guy does everything for her. That's why when a couple of years ago I wrote that book, I said, look, Nightmare on Sperm Street, every sexual encounter a woman has, she retains a bit of that semen from that man.
Yeah.
And this is true.
That's not just, some people say that spiritually, but I remember reading something about this some time ago, and when you spunk into a bird, as a youngster or whenever, especially when she's young, so like
spunk into a bird.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. During her younger years, she still has eggs forming, okay, during that period.
No, they're not forming. No.
Listen to it. Listen to it. Your spunk goes into her, and the little bits of your DNA actually go in and fuse with her forming eggs, right? And basically, little bits of your DNA go into those eggs and make up the new egg. And so therefore, when she does have children later on, you may not be the dad of those children, but little bits of your DNA may be in their makeup. And you can look that shit up.
Wait. I'll explain it in a scientific sense, right? Because I put the links and explained it in the book, scientifically. Okay. The eggs are formed. A woman's eggs are formed when she is gestating in her mother's womb.
Yes, I've always read.
Exactly. So those eggs are they are the mother's eggs. This is why things skip a generation. The children will be closer to the grandparents than the parents, especially with women. Now, those eggs, those about 400,000 eggs are formed when she's gestating. She's born, she has those eggs. Now, when she hits puberty, she loses a certain amount, a couple of thousand eggs every menstrual cycle. When a man has sex with her and she's young, in her teens or 20s, right? What you're talking about is called semen or seminal saturation. So her eggs are fully formed, but the semen will saturate them and soak into them to where when she does have a child with a man in the future, or say within a few years, they can retain up to 20% so far, scientifically proven, of the previous males that did not crack the eggs. And this is a fact. If she has a child, then the fetal cells are in her as well. And of course, the second child will not only have the genetics of the man who impregnated her, but it will also have some of the genetics of the saturated eggs and the previous child. It's like pouring milk into a cup, pouring it out. The milk is still in that cup. The genetic signature is still
The
in
residue.
yeah, it's in her uterus forever. You can't, and now
Wow.
it's proven by autopsies of bodies of women that are up to 103 years old. They're finding
Wow.
It kind of makes any rape of her child even more horrific, and serious, in terms of like
it's a nightmare.
the
Hence
long-term
the name.
effects.
Wait,
Nightmare.
that actually makes a lot of sense too, because it makes sense now as to why like some children are so different from their parents sometimes,
Yes.
Yeah.
That's me. I have people comment on it.
It is actually horrifying. It's horrifying.
It is, and that's why I called it Nightmare on Sperm Street. It might have been a little strong title, but it's the truth. And when I try to explain it, I wrote it in a way so younger women would have something to protect themselves and think about how important it is to value their body, lest they become a nightmare on Sperm Street. And also when men get into a relationship with these women, to understand why she's acting in these irrational manners. Remember, you're not dating her. You're dating Chad, Brad, Biff, Tyrone, everybody else she's dated. And when she acts like a nutcase, you have to realize that, well, what did I date? I'm dating all of this at once. And if I call it a conglomerated woman. And then if you have a child with her, your child, if the child is coming out if it's like crazy almost, well, the child has about 18 different genetics in it. And this is why, I'm not religious, but I understand, how did religions know this? That you need to get with a woman that has been untouched by man, not just a virgin, but untouched. Because in the first chapter, which you can read for free, is that a male DNA is so strong that kissing a woman, French kissing a woman, right? When they test her saliva, it still holds the male DNA for 30 minutes to an hour. So even our saliva contains, we are made to imprint upon the female. The double X chromosome does not imprint on us, only during our gestation, our conception, gestation, birth. The mother's imprint on us. Now, any woman we're with, we're not going to get X chromosomes from her, but she's definitely going to get Y chromosomes.
Can you share the sources for the 20%? Because I didn't think it was that high. I thought it was like 1-2%.
In the book, anybody can look
if even.
At every source, I put it in there. The book is 350 pages. 50 pages are all links of studies, how they got the info, the brain studies using voxel based mammorphometry to measure the cubic centimeters and cubic millimeters of the brain to see the differences. Because people would challenge me on this, and I would say, listen, look, here's the study. I put it in the book. So it's not just a book I wrote. It's a book I wrote based on research with links so people can see the studies that show the 20% of the studies of that. It shows telogamy. I mean, just common sense. When I spoke with farmers, they said, yeah, when we breed thoroughbreds and dogs, we make sure she has to be a virgin, because if not, we don't want inferior genes when we mate her with the stud, because the price of the offspring are very high when it's a purebred. And if they do this with animals, why wouldn't it apply to humans? The reason is just like evolution. They'll say, look, we'll change the evidence to fit the theory just to keep the herd that we control going forward, to continue this thing we call civilization, which isn't really civilization. It's just a barbaric clusterfuck of with technology, basically.
For real, yeah.
Certainly what you're saying makes a lot of sense. It
sounds pretty crazy, because you could have competing genes in the one egg.
Well, again, this is the thing. I showed in chapter 9, I think it was super fecundity, is that there's been cases of a woman in New York City, actually, in New York State, where she had twins and she cheated on her husband. So when she gave birth, she tried to get child support. They did the DNA test. Only one of the twins came up as the man's child. She was cheating with the neighbor. He impregnated the second twin. So it showed the case.
I've heard this before.
Yeah, but now this is where it gets even crazier. A man and a woman went to a fertility clinic because she couldn't get pregnant. So they did in vitro fertilization. Then when they did the test on the baby after it was born, the man didn't come up as the father. So the scientists said, wait a second, we know she didn't cheat because we did it in the lab. They did tests. They found out when he was gestated, he absorbed his twin. So now he had a double signature in his semen, and his ghost twin brother is the one that fertilized the egg. Now, this is science.
Oh my God.
This
oh my
is
God. Bro, you're making it sound like a horror movie, man.
Bro,
I was not about to say, but it sounds like something out of a horror movie.
Well, this is why I called it Nightmare on Sperm Street, akin to Nightmare on Elm Street. And I mentioned this, and people, you know, we had trouble marketing to colleges because of this. My friend was telling me, he goes, man, that title is strong. And I said, yeah, you're right. I showed examples with scientific links that this happened with a woman. Her unborn twin was the one that gave birth to her child. She was getting assistance from the state. And when the state took a DNA test, they were charging her with fraud because her child's DNA did not match hers. So they said, look, maybe this is your sister's child, whatever, but she was pregnant giving birth to the next child. So they put someone from the state in the delivery room to watch the birth. Now, the child was born. If that child would have matched her DNA, she probably would have been charged with fraud. But magically, that child as well did not match her DNA. So now they know she was telling the truth. The doctor even said, look, I delivered the first child, so we're trying to tell you, but you don't want to believe it. They tested different parts of her body until finally they did a cervical biopsy and they found the DNA, and it was her ghost twin sister that she absorbed. So it proved that the child was hers, but did not have the DNA signature from the mother's blood or certain tissue organs, only in the specific cervix tissues. So we learn so much more about, we think we know about childbirth. We think we know about humans. This is why I look at evolution as like a joke. It's like, it's meant to tell us, like, look, don't look any further. Don't look past this part right here. It's like that book, Test Card F. I think it was based on a show in England from the 60s. But it said when the Nazis would kill somebody, if you looked, you were going to get killed too. So in other words, they're telling you, look, they said after they killed them, they would grab you and say, look. So in other words, when they're doing something, they're telling you, look, you look when we tell you to look. And that's what I see today all throughout society with evolution, with religion. Oh, you look when we tell you to look. You can't look on your own. I decided to look on my own and write books. And, you know, I got a few more books with it. But that particular book, people are afraid of it. One guy told me, he said, look, man, this book is scary, man. It's kind of scaring them out of sex because I talk about all the STDs you can catch just from kissing a person, hepatitis. You can catch HIV. In the 90s, they were saying, no, you can't catch HIV from kissing.
You probably, can you get herpes from kissing?
Yes, of course you can.
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and then they tried the line. Say, oh no, you can only get herpes simplex, 1. But no, now it's proven that you can get both types: genital herpes and oral herpes.
Nasty problem.
Yeah, it's frightening to say the least.
Yeah,
I thought it working in a bar. Herpes. Guy kissed me on my forehead and he had a cold sore. He gave me a quick kiss on the forehead. I got herpes for years.
You can get human papillomavirus from under somebody's fingernails. They have throat gonorrhea is an epidemic at colleges from women.
Sex, they can get that from giving head as well, right?
Yes, well, that's what they get it from.
But
because
people don't realize that all these things can give you throat cancer as well, like gonorrhea in the throat and chlamydia, and HPV in the throat, I believe, can give you cancer.
The same thing that causes
HPV mainly.
Yeah, the same HPV that causes cervical cancer also causes throat cancer in men. So the men who go down on women that have that's how they get throat cancer.
Wow.
It's scary, but it's true.
Mike Douglas had it. You know, Mike Douglas,
yes,
the actor, he had it. And he said he got it from going down on women.
Yep.
Apparently he got cured, didn't he? So
I don't think he got cured. It only just puts it in remission. So they like to say cured.
He got cured from the cancer. I meant he had throat cancer. But the HPV is in remission, right? It can.
Wait. What's the difference between like being cured from cancer and being in remission?
Well, in remission is saying they'll say it's cured, like they did this with people, and then
Oh, I
years
see.
later,
I see.
yeah, it will
Sorry, I
come.
didn't know. I didn't know he went into remission with the cancer. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and it comes out like in different. I've studied medical. I've worked with medical doctors, dentists, and they've told me. One person knew Dr. Corsello in Manhattan, and she lost her medical license because doctors have to go in front of the board every year or sometimes every few years. And she has the Corsello Institute in Manhattan that I think is still active. But a lot of doctors have tried to come out and speak against what's going on, saying, look, these treatments, these things, they don't stop this. It's really, you have to adjust your lifestyle. You can't keep eating sugar and expect the diabetes to go away when that's what is causing the cells to act in this manner. And they'll say, no, just take metformin, take these pills that, funny enough, cause other side effects. I mean, it is beyond a circus. It's and then to add in the zombie people that will sit there and nag you. Oh, why aren't you listening to the mainstream? Why? Oh, you're irrational. You're unscientific. Matter of fact, when they're the ones that are unscientific, this is why, of course, American Zombie. I was like, man, it's like I'm in a zombie movie, and I can't even talk to certain people because one, they'll tell on you, and they'll try to get like they got people in America that want to force vaccinate people. That's crazy. That's absurd. But it's reality.
Yeah, it is all very dark and sad. I mean, they also say once you get cancer once, you're likely to get it, very likely to get it again in the next 10 years or something. So, oh, mate, it's brutal.
Yeah, and then when we look at the technologies that are seemingly causing a lot of these sicknesses, everybody looks at it as a conspiracy theory. You know, when that word came out when Nixon was president, you know, I wasn't, you know, that was before me, but they said that, oh, don't believe conspiracy theories. Next thing you know, he gets impeached. And it's like, wow. So it's not a conspiracy theory. Once you get evidence, it's a conspiracy possibility. And then when it's real, like what happened in Watergate, it is a conspiratorial reality. Anybody, I was here in New York during 9/11. Anybody looking at those buildings fall, you have to be an imbecile to tell me that a building is going to fall straight down, be pulverized. I mean, people said they couldn't even find a telephone, a desk telephone. It would be shattered. How does that happen if a building gets hit by a plane and crumbles? Wouldn't it crumble in big blocks and fall a little bit to the side, you know, like a tree when it's felled? How does it fall straight down? And then, I don't know if you guys saw this. They had the nerve to put on the news, guess what? We found a passport a few blocks away that wasn't burnt. And guess what, guys? Magically, it's from one of the guys we said.
Yeah, but I heard that got debunked. I heard that got debunked.
Well, no, it didn't get debunked. The newscaster that reported it ended up disappearing. He died 6 months later. He died, you know,
I mean, whatever about the World Trade Center stuff, I think that for me, the weirdest one is building number 7. That one went on fire. And look, whatever about the Twin Towers collapsing in that manner, the fact is the building number 7 also collapsed in that manner. And I find that extremely weird because that one was not hit directly by a plane. That was hit by, you know, debris that, you know, maybe from the initial impact hitting it. But I mean, surely that would not have been enough to melt that steel. You know, there can't have been jet fuel in that building.
Well, you can't melt steel with a conventional fire, otherwise the stove would burn. So the on a gas stove,
they say it's not a thermite, right?
Exactly. So there's no, at 600 degrees, whether the blue flame on a gas stove with the steel covering, that steel covering would melt if it was possible. It cannot. It has to reach over 2,200 degrees. Now, even if they say, well, at 1,500 degrees, it would weaken the steel. Well, a conventional fire cannot reach 1,500 degrees. Its max is around 600 degrees. So when I see the lies, and then the people that wrote the book, one guy wrote a book on 9/11, himself, his wife, I think his daughter and son, and the dog were killed, and they deemed it a suicide. So when you look at these things, it's like, whoa. And
not only that, but like I think they said a few weeks or something before 9/11, the guy who owned the Twin Towers or something,
the
he
insurance.
took out like a huge insurance policy, or almost like if he knew something was going to happen, and then he ended up getting billions of dollars. Yeah,
billions out of it.
Yeah,
Absolutely
Larry
billions.
Silverstein. Yes, he did that, and he made the mistake of saying on air, "We decided to pull it." Now, pull it is a demolition term when you want to take down the building. We're going to pull it. So,
wow.
Adding these things in, but again, when you live in a world where we are the very few that can see through the illusion, and we ourselves are not even going to get along, because we're going to see one person, no, I believe in my religion, other person believes in a religion of evolution. There's very few people that can see through and say, man, you know what? You become isolated. You become alone. Like Frank Capra, he said it best.
Yeah.
You know what else to understand? Oh, sorry.
Let him talk, Chippy. Then I want to
Frank
ask you. Then you ask something. Then I want to ask you.
He said the political government is the entertainment division for the military-industrial complex, which says it best.
Yep, all the words are staged, right?
Exactly.
Zombie, after Chickpea has asked you a question, I want to say something. Go ahead, Chickpea.
Yeah, could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, you know what I don't understand is all about years gone by in England in particular. You know that, well, they were always talking about during Victorian times and Edwardian times, people were pooping on the streets. What I don't understand is, so they were all walking around these beautifully designed dresses, beautifully designed clothes, beautiful houses, beautiful furniture, all this beauty that had all been designed, that they hadn't managed to work out how to make a loo. I don't understand that. It's the same all over Europe. Apparently, in the Palace of Versailles, they used.
Well, they didn't shit. They didn't shit everywhere, Chickpea, and the posh people. You know,
I just don't understand
the posh people. The posh people shit behind the house, and there was a back lavatory.
But I don't understand.
The poor people. The poor people used to chuck it out the windows onto the streets. But
I'm just saying.
The thing is, the rich people. The rich people didn't walk around the sewers of the poor areas.
Yes, I know. But what I don't understand is that they designed all these beautiful buildings, beautiful art, beautiful everything, gardens. It was beautiful what they designed. So we're told in films. I mean, is it true or not? They had all that. I don't know.
Oh my God. I'm not really.
Look up Thomas Crapper. He developed the ballcock system. Well,
I just don't understand. The Palace of Versailles could have been, and they
Thomas Crapper. Look up Thomas Crapper. The problem was developing the flushing toilet, and that was developed by Thomas Crapper. Now, it may not have been Thomas Crapper, but he was the business name. It might be like Stephenson's rocket. It might have been someone else developed it, and he became the salesman for it. I don't know, but look up Thomas Crapper.
Is that where the term like "oh crap" and stuff came from his name?
Yeah, crap.
I don't know, but the point is, there used to be toilets where you shit in a pit or you shit into like a bucket, and people used to come around and collect that shit.
Yes, I know.
And then they'd bring it and they'd use it as manure.
Yes, but what I didn't understand is we're told it was such a beautiful, beautiful time with beautiful houses.
You're told that. I mean, some parts of it were, most of it wasn't. I mean, most of it wasn't beautiful, Chickpea. Most of it was complete and utter shit.
Chickpea has a very good. I appreciate that question, Chickpea, because what it brings up is Rome had sewage, right? So
Rome had amazing pipe system.
Exactly. So this brings in the point that the evolutionists lie about, that we see evidence. We see evidence of Roman toiletry. We see it in India, ancient India.
Yeah.
Too, right?
And the real now, were here in London.
Well, do you want to hear the most? Sorry, as an aside, I can't help myself. One of the reasons the Jews didn't like and the Muslims didn't like people eating pigs. Do you know what it was?
I thought it was what was leprosy that pigs carry?
Well, it wasn't just that. In some parts of the world, they used to have toilet systems where the humans would shit through a hole and it would go into a pig pen and the pigs would eat it.
Yeah, today they do that today. Actually, pigs. There's a theory that pigs are genetically close. Whatever created humans created pigs, and pigs are like an extremely close It's a mystery when you look at pigs.
Oh yeah. I saw a Twitter video about that like a couple days ago, where they showed evidence that like pigs are like really, really similar to humans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pig's heart. Apparently look. It's a long time since I read it, but there was something about putting human hearts in pigs or something to
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah,
basically
but
so
you-
they could use them so they could use them later in surgery. Is that
Well,
true?
it makes
Yes,
you
that's
wonder
true.
when you look at the genetic structure of certain animals, and you say to yourself, like, wow, something is clearly farming us just the way we farm. Maybe it
This
is
this
what,
brings me to my question, Zombie, because look, you don't believe in evolution. You do believe we were designed, and I'm going to ask you,
Yeah.
what the fuck is going on then? Who designed
Yeah.
us?
well,
What do you
this
think
is the
designed
thing.
us?
Hooray.
And I'm very much on words, because it's very important that we classify the words properly. Otherwise, we'll be not understanding what we're saying, and we can fall into a sense of a false sense of reality. It's not that I don't believe in evolution, because if something is scientific, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, it's scientific. So it's not a belief. There is no scientific evidence. As a scientific researcher, most of my life, I see where evolution is actually created to divert us from the truth. Because if you look at the cell, even, it's like you can't even see a bicycle, or like I said before, a spoon formed by chance. You won't even find it. But they expect me to believe again, when science does not work on belief. They expect me to believe a life form formed by chance and then transformed into other life forms until we get here. Now, if you do the math debunks evolution, because anybody could ask AI. Just do the calculations, because it's a good calculator. How long would it take to form a protein that has 10 amino acids? That goes into, it goes into a number that is so small, so astronomically small, it's almost equivalent to zero. That's just to form a protein with 10 amino acids. Now, when you look at certain telomeres and stuff in the human body with thousands to 10,000s of this, it would take a number that is so big that people don't even know it, beyond a Google or something like that. And then again, this happens to happen by chance, by
Okay.
random mutation.
Okay, but
Because
yeah, I understand. Look, I know your arguments for it, but I want to know what you think is going on. What created it,
well,
and why?
I'm working on a book right now on human origins, and when I come out with it, if you think what I say now is shocking, wait till hopefully this month I'll have it out. And I'm switching. I'm putting it under my, another author name, actually my name, and different from the Nightmare on Sperm Street genre. The evidence, this is not what I think. The evidence is pointing toward something creating humanity and other life forms, all life forms, in a sort of laboratory setting that once it was released from that setting to the planet's surface, right? This is what we see today. Because if you look at the human, we are more like a domesticated animal. And if you look at tribal people, it's as if there was a cataclysm and they've been living on the land in our default mode, which is the hunter-gatherer.
Is it, with respect, isn't that a view in like science and in like even some philosophy that we basically domesticated ourselves?
No,
we are like a monkey that just
and that right there, it's like telling somebody to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. You can't domesticate yourself. If we could domesticate ourselves, there would be no tribal people on earth. They would have already domesticated themselves. So when I look at all of these tribes going every color, there were tribes in Europe, and what the thing that created us had to use other humans to get rid of those tribes, to subjugate them, enslave them, and eventually eradicate them. This is why you had the witch trials, basically stoning
is it
people.
not just like might makes right, playing out people, getting other people to do things for them and controlling them, manipulating them, maybe even practicing social engineering just to get them to do what they want? And they're able to do that because they're more powerful than them. And it doesn't necessarily need anything outside of humans to cause it.
Oh, well, the reason it would mean something outside of humans is we don't see humans with that type of intelligence. And if it were, right, it doesn't logically fit the model. It says, okay.
Okay. Well, anybody who wants to join in the conversation and let us know what they think about what Maxed Out American Zombie is saying, do come on and let us know. Anybody here on the panel, please do feel free to interject at any time and give your opinions. Chippy, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I believe what she's saying. There's something very weird going on, something very strange. I've always thought there's something not quite right with us lot, especially as humans, because I'm not meant to be here, and I know it.
Zombie, Max, I'll call you Zombie, right? Zombie, you haven't said yet. Who do you think, or are you going to wait until the book comes out?
Yeah, well, yeah, I can touch upon it a little, but when the book comes out, it's so strong. I'm going to change the name of my channel, American Zombie, to the title of the book, because previously, when I first started the channel a few years ago, it was called Wisdom Radio with a Z. And then when I decided to write American Zombie, which I didn't fully publish, I'm just going to leave the manuscript, put it on YouTube for like $3, just to say, okay, this is it. Because I did a stream last night and there's too many zombies. So I'm like, why am I finished writing this book? It doesn't make sense. And the human origin thing, I said, nobody's promised tomorrow. And I think I owe it to the future generations, if there's going to be any that are like us, it seems like there's not, to give them that. This or these things, or these laboratory technicians that created not just us, but all life. The environment, when I look at the environment is unnatural. What they're telling us is natural is not natural. When people get cataracts, the eyes are being cooked by the sun for decades. That is not natural. When we look at how it's like a struggle out here, but when we're in an indoor environment, right, it's safer. It's like, okay, tribes need modern medicine. They'll have tribes that have
Can I ask, do brown-eyed people get cataracts as much as blue-eyed people? Because I know blue-eyed people let more sunlight in during the day, and they say you should wear sunglasses,
yeah, they have a higher instance of macular degeneration, but brown-eyed people get cataracts as well. And
I have them. I'm 70.
Yeah, there is when I release the book, see, that's the thing that's going to be so shocking. I think a lot of people, I'm used to taking criticism. So as you might have noticed from the last show,
right.
So when this comes out, I mean, and I'm happy for that. I think it's great because it allows us to think. And I can tell people, look, this is where the evidence is pointing, because the default of what we've been taught is to say, oh, that's my belief. No, it's not my belief. This is the evidence I'm presenting, and you can agree with the evidence or not. People will say, oh, I agree with you. No, you're not agreeing with me. We're both agreeing with the evidence. Like we see a plane flying in the sky. Oh, I agree with you. No, you're not agreeing. We're agreeing that we both see something flying in the sky. So the correct way to even speak, and I thank goodness, I don't know if I got this from my English and Scottish ancestors or, because I have different backgrounds, but I've been to London when I was a child, and being American, I'm one of the few Americans that understand that, hey, our language does come from English, which I think was called Anglish, right? From the Anglo-Saxons. So, and we have Latin, we have German in our language, 45, a little sprinkle of Greek, a little bit of tiny bits of other languages, but mainly Latin and Germanic. And it's important. When I went to Holland, the Netherlands, right?
I come from there.
Yeah, I love to embrace other cultures, because when I talk with people in Europe or in Western Asia, more properly termed, they embraced me more, because they said, oh, this isn't the average American idiot that we always encounter. This guy actually, is not trying to come here with a superiority complex, because a lot of Americans would have that because America's so much larger or whatever. And I'm saying, listen, whatever, if you really think we won the Revolutionary War, I got news for you. I mean, we're just a colony that's a little more free. And when you look at England, England, the people in England are also subjugated by this invisible force. Like when Thomas Jefferson said, there is some invisible force that seeks to reduce us all to slavery.
Yes.
I told people that's the most important thing he said. You know, don't harp on, okay, yeah, he was a bigot, a racist, whatever. You know, the Monticello plantation still on the back of the nickel. So what? Look at what he's saying. He's even saying, as a plantation owner, that he sees that there is something behind the scene that's running everything. Nobody wants to listen to that because they keep us too much at each other's throat. Oh, I'm English, you're Scottish, he's Irish, he's African, he's, you know, all the Italian or German. And
yeah, identity politics.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. You know, oh, well, he's, you know, a little bit different than, and it's just, it's madness. Like Voltaire said, planet Earth is the asylum to where the rest of the universe sends their lunatics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That makes sense, to be honest. It does.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I appreciated when I visited Europe and, you know, London and stuff, it was that I would find more people that was appreciative of intelligence. In America, they will chase you like Frankenstein with the torches across the town until they subjugate you, or they will send you to school. I told people that one of the best things I ever did was leave high school. And they said, well, wait a second. I said, yeah, okay, I didn't graduate, but I did finish my military service in the United States Army. So when people try to shame me, which is another form of, I mean, it's horrible. But I've learned to carry that weight on my shoulders without a problem. You know, over the years, you get stronger, you know, like that Conan show where they just, you know, slave him out for his childhood, and then he just gets strong and becomes Conan and searches for his kingdom. But I hope to find other survivors in the zombie apocalypse of the mentally dead. And when I produce this book within this month, definitely this year, because I have it all written. It's just the editing process that I do. And my friend, she's an editor, so we work together on it. I think it's going to be fascinating, and it's going to be a lot of conversations. I'll probably stream a lot more. I'll probably privatize most of my videos because, you know, YouTube had demonetized my channel and stuff. You know, especially for stuff I talked about the COVID situation. I, you know, put quotes from doctors, videos from the I think she was the leading epidemiologist in America, Victoria Kelly, I forgot her name, but and then they tell me, oh, it's medical misinformation, and I'm saying, wait a second, this is scientific research that's proven, and then later on they'll allow it out now. So I'm seeing all these things happen, and what it's doing is it's conditioning people on the way to think, talk, and act. Because even myself, I word things differently now for fear of censorship. And when I come out with it, I will definitely, I mean, I like your show, Finding Gnosis. I mean, it's great. And, you know, it's like we need to find something more. Lies of the World. I like that name.
Yeah, Lies of the World. Great to have you here again, darling. I hope you can come on and talk to us this time. Links in the chat if you want to. So so when you have the chance, you'll come back here and tell us about it.
I'll be more than happy to. And, you know, just not just turning people of different looking people against each other. They try to turn the genders against each other. Just to say that the female or the male is the opposite sex is incorrect. It is the complementary sex. We complement one another. So language is so important to know what we're saying. And, you know, I tell people, look, if you look at England, they are speaking more properly than we are. Okay, there's little differences in words like aluminium. We say aluminum, the laboratory, which is more proper than laboratory. It's kind of a slang. Learning is important. I mean, school was torturous for me when I went to school. I think back at that and I said, wait a minute.
Why do you think that was? Because you felt so constrained, is it? Or
no, I think it was because as a young male from kindergarten to 6th grade, all I had was female teachers. And that is not good for a growing boy. We need male figures. Okay, we have our father there, but you're in school longer. You need male figures. That see, a woman can raise an infant to a child, but it takes a man to walk that boy into manhood. The
And
same.
females, we need men too.
Well, yeah, and the female needs men
We
too.
need men too.
Females,
God,
though, they blossom. So
Yeah.
regardless what you do, a female will blossom into womanhood,
Yeah.
but she will act different when she has a father present.
Yeah.
She will be
Yeah.
more secure. And if
I think there is some truth in that. I think
it's
a lot of
very, very
boys,
true.
a lot of boys don't have a strong male role model in their life.
Lots of girls
And
do, not neither. Girls the same.
and
It's
by
girls
strong,
really harder.
I mean morally strong. You know, just somebody who is dominant, but but has the right to be dominant because they have a good way about them. They're thinking conscientiously about everybody. You know that's kind of, people say the real alpha male is someone who thinks about everybody else and is successful because in part because of that. You know, they're the ones that basically last. Anthropologically speaking, if you look at societies, it's the strong man who cares about others and looks out for them that does survive. Otherwise, he gets killed. So, you know, it's more sensible to be that way minded. You know.
Well, the study that they did for the alpha male was flawed. Like the scientist himself came out and he said people misconstrued it because they did a study with, I think it was deer, and the male deer would point in the direction and everybody would follow. But then as they studied it, this was all done by male researchers. But when women looked at the study, they said, wait a second, we noticed that the male deer would look at all of the female deers and then they would give the approval and he would be pointing in the direction that they told him to go, to say, okay, this is the safest direction. The female would know the safer direction than the male. The male would be more bravado to go out there. So it was him in combination with listening to her. But to say that, oh, it's the alpha male. And everybody who calls himself an alpha male on YouTube is a pure jackass. When I look at them, I say these guys are anything but, because in the military, I tell people we're all beta with strong alpha characteristics, because if I'm a captain, I'm going to take orders from the major, the lieutenant colonel, the general, you know, and so we have to know how to lead, but we have to know how to step back and take advice from our council. Even a king has counsel. So the whole alpha male myth again is something.
Oh, it's probably some kind of toxic narcissism, you know.
It is. It truly is. I mean, truly.
Interesting. Well, look, anybody else in the audience, you are welcome to come on. The link is in chat. But we are having a fun, lively conversation. JE hasn't been here for a while, so I want to give JE some attention. JE, what's been going on, and have you come to any conclusions in relation to this strange reality we find ourselves in since we last spoke? Because it's been a while.
Yeah, no, same old, same old. Like, I've been trying to embrace non-duality a bit more. You know,
Tell us about that.
You know, the notion that everything is fundamentally one, and there is no separation between the self and everything else. So, I've really I've accepted the fact that the self is an illusion and is a constructed identity, and that the real quote unquote me is really just I guess the fundamental awareness that underlies all of reality, as per the tenets of non-duality. So I've been trying to lean into that a bit more, and trying not to take this quote unquote ego called JE so seriously. Since it,
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think of that, guys?
Yeah, what do you think of that?
It sounds like an Eckhart Tolle kind of thing. That he says something like basically the you think you are is not you. The you is just the watcher and observer of what is happening to you. Now he says when you're feeling stressed and you're feeling sad, you should just sit back and realize it's not actually you. You're just watching you're kind of just watching a video playing out, but I mean, there are pros to that in terms of sometimes, but I mean, if we all did that all the time, nothing would get done, right? There'd be no humanitarian causes. There'd be nobody standing up for anything or trying to get their rights resolved, or sorry, trying to get trespassers against their rights resolved, etc., etc. So it doesn't really make sense in some to think that that's going to bring you absolute well-being all the time. It's probably just a tool sometimes. It's probably just a tool sometimes for meditation, but not a way to live your life. So I'm just trying to understand how you're melding it into your day-to-day life, that viewpoint, and is it helping?
No, I mean it more in like I use it as a way to remind me to not get too attached to, I guess, to my ego. Like, don't get too attached to like my emotions, my feelings. Like, all these different things aren't like these are just like natural, like how to say it, like these are natural things that the mind does. Like the mind creates a narrative about all these bad things that happen to us, and I'm learning to just not get attached to like my mind and my emotions and my feelings. Essentially, it's basically like a form of non-attachment or stoicism, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said for that, a non-attachment to the kind of the mechanism of it, but also living in the moment and trying to make the best of the moment at the same time. So trying to be pragmatic with that mindset. So you're not sitting back, taking it or observing it and not interacting with it. You're interacting with it whilst being mindful that, you are observing it, but you also have certain abilities, J.E., you have abilities to interact with reality and to try and craft it in your favor. I mean, you certainly have ability. I'm not saying everybody has the best of abilities, but one mustn't forget that, the great majority of us have got some ability to interact with reality to make it better for ourselves, but also hopefully to be mindful of others as well. Hopefully you can lift them up as well, because not everybody can do it. So yeah.
D&W, I must tell you something. How are your plants going? How are your plants going in this grim grey winter we're having?
They're all extremely well. They're all extremely well. They're all nice and green. Yeah, I've got I've got some of that pot house or devil's ivy, as they call it. I've got spider plants.
Oh, I like devil's ivy.
I don't know what you call them, kind of dragon plants or something. They look like palm trees with spiky leaves. I don't know what you call them.
I've got one of those, yeah.
What are they called again?
I can't remember what they're called. There's some kind of palm. There's a special word for them. I
actually got mine, right? They cost 50 quid each. I got two big ones, right?
Yeah.
And I got them for free.
Oh wow. Lucky you.
Not too far from you, actually.
All right.
I went to a Amazon Pet Fest in Hatterstown or something. What's it called? Let me just look it up. No, not Hatton Garden. 1 second. I'll look it up. I can't remember where it was. It was last year.
Oh right. Oh, before I came here.
Oh, did you just move there last year? Okay.
No,
Haggerston Park.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was there. And at the end of the day, they were giving shit away for free. So I got loads of stuff for free.
You.
Because all the stalls, they're like, I got loads of plants and I got loads of stuff for the dog and stuff. Heck, I got like a year's supply of dental sticks for the dog.
Wow. No, because I was going to say, because this year but beginning of the year I bought some plant lamps, the plant lamps from Amazon, and my plants are looking fabulous. I've never known my plants look as good this time of the year, because my flat doesn't get much sun because of the way things are. And I was just going to ask you, how are your plants? Obviously,
all very well. All very well. Oh, very well.
Oh, right. So have you got a load of light coming into your flat then? House?
They're all at different windows. Yeah, they're all at different windows. They all have their own window, so they're all fine.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because mine, I live in a sort of, it's very shaded because there's a block in front of me. And when the sun's low, the sun's completely blocked out.
Well, that's the good thing about the pot house. It doesn't need much light, or devil's ivy, as some people call it.
Yeah.
It doesn't need much light. So
yeah.
You should try and look into, shade plants that don't mind a bit of shade.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I like peace lilies and Please tell he's loving a lot of sun. And they're looking gorgeous. They're looking absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. Anyway, back to
wait,
Jay.
I have a.
Jay, you're going to say, go ahead.
No, yeah, I wanted to ask American Zombie, because I just find him to be so interesting. Like, what's your take on spirituality? Like, what are your like spiritual / religious beliefs, if you do have any?
Well, I don't have any beliefs. I write that belief destroys the face of reality. So instead of having beliefs, it's either I know, I don't know, or I think. Because I write that thinking suspends belief in the same manner that belief suspends thinking. But as far as my thought and thinking and studying other religions, studying other cultures, it seems that consciousness, or what could be looked at as spirituality, the non-corporeal form of things, inhabits the material. So the material world is just part, like kind of like that song by the English band, The Police, We Are Spirits in the Material World. But I'm not even sure if it's as easy as that. It's like the Hindus.
I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
All right.
The Hindus say that that consciousness, the spirit verse, was first before the physical universe was created, because that had to be created for the consciousness to inhabit. So it would make only logical sense that matter came after the spirit verse. So this seems to be, in thought, it seems to be logical in what we see. So every religion, I look at it as, has a little bit of truth. It has a piece of the puzzle. And if we can take the piece that is true and add it with the other pieces, we get a broader view of the full picture. Now, we're never going to get all the pieces to the puzzle, but what is important is we're going to be able to dispel what is not true. So we might not ever see the full face of reality, because our perception is stronger than reality itself, how we perceive reality. And we can see this when we were younger, when we believed certain things, and then we started to see that that belief was false, showing how belief blinds, it destroys the face of reality. So we start to say, as I start to see through the illusions, or I start to think more and leave my beliefs behind, I start to understand the more truer thing. Now, I understand what Global is saying, the chicken and the egg logic. It seems that the chicken and the egg were created together. Either the chicken was created with the ability to make the egg and then procreate that way, or the egg was created that hatched the chicken with the ability already in the chicken to create more eggs. So it was a simultaneous creation. And evolution, of course, will have like a dog chasing its own tail, trying to say which one came first, which again is a way to distract us. And this is important, because if we know that that's a way to distract us, we know what it isn't. It's like walking down a hallway that's dark. If we put our hand against the wall, we know that that is not the hallway. But we can use the knot to walk down the hallway without, running into something or tripping over the rug or something that we cannot see. We can touch the wall and make our way forward through the hallway safely, or a little more safely than not touching the wall. So knowing what is not is extremely important than knowing what is. It losing an illusion will make you a lot smarter than just gaining a simple truth. So when I look at it that way, I would say there is the first thing would be, how do we figure out what spirituality really is? Because we have the word consciousness, we have the word spirituality. What would be a good way to define it? So
good question.
I'll ask you, what would you think, like, if we could work on it together? Like, what is a good way to define that? Or is it consciousness?
Yeah, that's one of the more complicated questions about these sort of topics, is how to define spirituality. But if I were to take an attempt at it, I guess I would say spirituality is the I guess the practices and I guess beliefs that the practices and beliefs that humans engage in to I guess to access the non-physical realm and to experience a higher dimension of reality that goes beyond the physical reality. That's the best I can come up with on the spot.
Okay, so we'll look into this as, and that was good because it shows us that okay, you did bring the word belief in because we're all conditioned with that. You know, we tend to go. I say it many times, and then I realize, okay, it shouldn't be about belief, but I hear what
Yeah.
I like what you said about a higher dimension. Maybe a more proper term might be different dimension. You know, because
Yeah,
we higher or lower, but that's a really good one to say. Okay, a different dimension. And then we go into, okay, well, what is a dimension? They try to tell me the first dimension is like what, a dot that can only go forward and backward, but not up and down. And then the second dimension is forward, backward, but side to side. And then, of course, the third dimension they're saying is forward, backward, side to side, and then up and down. So now, you know, as they start to speculate on the fourth dimension, the fifth dimension, you know, I used to love a show called The Twilight Zone, you know, where he says, you know, there's a fifth dimension, you know. This is where I think learning happens. So spirituality, I wonder, I really do, because now we're using consciousness, which I don't think is in the physical realm. The brain as a receiver theory makes a lot of sense. Like the body is the vessel, the brain, like a television set, will receive the signal. The computer will receive the internet. So are we the signal that's coming to the body? That's one thing I kind of look at it as. It's like, because the more I look at life, I start to say it's very odd, like Chickpeas saying, there's something very odd about existence.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you know, and this is where it's so great that we can have these conversations without somebody, you know, interrupting, saying, oh, well, you guys aren't scientific because evolution is a fact. And it's like, no. This is where it's at. This is where the mystics and, you know, all of these people that were the thinkers, like, what was it, Socrates, who said the unexamined life is not worth living. It reminds me of, because I've read, you know, a lot of religious books, and when I looked at Eve and the Garden of Eden thing, and I'm saying, okay, could it be telling me that choosing, because I would say, okay, she ate from the tree of knowledge, but they had the tree of everlasting life. But what is everlasting life if you don't know? It's kind of, you know, a sheep grazing and you just forever. It's like that would be very you know, that would be very like horrible to just exist forever and never know you're existing, you know? So it would be, it would make more sense to chance it and say, you know what, I'd rather live a finite life and know I'll take the chance and eat the fruit. And as I look deeper into that story and where these tales came from, it's fascinating. I'll put this in the book, I'm putting it in there, like the Haggadah. I don't think that's the proper way to say it. It's an ancient Hebrew text that talks about the serpent a lot more in depth than we see in the biblical text and, you know, certain other texts. And again, it seems like they were in a lab, like maybe it could have been a biodome or something like that, but something protected from the solar radiation. And it you know, it really makes you wonder what is real and what is not real. Like everything, right? It just, I don't know if it was an Englishman who said it. They said the universe is not as weird as you can imagine.
Yes, it is. It's weirder.
It's weirder, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chickpea. Thank you.
What's your take on Zachariah Sitchin? What he had to say about us?
I think he interpreted those texts in a way that they have some truth. I don't think it's, it's totally written in stone. Like, even though, funny enough, it was written in stone, from the tablets he interpreted, no pun intended. But he, he did like Eric von Daniken did. He kind of mixed, to get the audience, of course, he mixed in evolution with the Anunnaki, just the way Eric von Daniken says, oh no, some aliens came and saw evolution happening and then sped it up in humans, which definitely doesn't match up with science. Because nothing evolves. Things adapt, but they don't change into other life forms. But it's a smart move to sell 100 million books, which he did.
Yeah.
And I commend him for that. I mean, von Daniken falsified, I think it was documents to get a loan. I think he ended up doing like 8 months in jail or something like that over that. But I commend the man for following his vision. Zecharia Sitchin, very close to that. He went into, of course, the Anunnaki, and even I think he spoke of the Ajiji, which were workers of the Anunnaki, which I think it's a possibility. Like, the thing that I see is that, yes, there's something behind the scene, but people want to look at Anunnaki as, okay, that's the gods, or that's this, or the Nephilim and stuff like that. And again, the mind limits itself, like forgetting about infinity, that infinity means that things go on forever, so it's a hard concept. But once you can conceptualize infinity, you start to say, yeah, there had to be something that goes beyond them. I don't think there's one answer. See, that's what evolution tries to tell us. Let's have one answer. Let's stop thinking. How arrogant is it to think that you would know how the universe started, right? I mean, when you really, right? It's arrogance beyond arrogance. It's arrogance mixed with ignorance. But to say that, okay, this is what I think, but again, we learn more from knowing what not is. So we know that, okay, things cannot and do not change into another life form, but they do adapt within their species to very far parameters. You can have a dog, bred as a Chihuahua or a teacup poodle, tiny little creature, but into a Great Dane. But you're never going to breed a dog the size of the Empire State Building.
Wait, so what do you say about, like, the similarities between humans and the great apes, like chimpanzees and monkeys and whatnot?
There is a similarity, and I think that just the way you can build the Model T Ford, as you go through the decades, and you see that the same parts are used to build the F1 Ford racing car. They both have tires. They both have an engine. You see, so just like the chimpanzee has very similar things: 5 finger, 5 toes.
Very like us.
Yeah,
very like them, should I say?
Yeah, but now it's sort of like saying the Model T Ford evolved into the F1 racing car. No, we know that not to be true.
Oh, I think the laboratory did it.
Yeah, exactly. The laboratory seems to have done that.
Somebody's done something.
Yes. And not only that, it seems like they use the same or similar materials, because when you look at this is a
sorry, I missed that, but is it not the case that we learned from what existed before and then made additions, and then in our learning we learned new opportunities, and it branched off into other possibilities, and therefore we built the Formula One car based on our knowledge of the Model T, for example, in some way or other?
Yes. But we use the same materials. It didn't it didn't happen by chance. So it had a hand or many hands behind it, like the technicians of the laboratory that created humanity and all life. Yeah. Now, with the chimpanzee especially, again, and this is very important, when they lied to us and said, hey, we're 2%, difference from a chimpanzee, 90 to 100. That's a fraudulent lie.
Is it?
That was found out that they didn't count certain genes. The stuff that they called junk DNA, they didn't count that. Now they're seeing, or they probably knew it all along, that is not junk DNA. That has a lot to do with regulatory systems in the body and things like that. Like I said, blood clotting cannot evolve. If you're missing one of the 12 steps of blood clotting, you will bleed to death. So there's no random chance for that to happen. And then, years go on. No, especially the longer you go on, the more evolution falls apart. Time actually works against it, especially in the early model of so-called the fairy tale saying amino acids and stuff just magically gathered. No, time, these things dissipate. Nature doesn't have a notebook to write these things down. So it has to happen by chance again and again and again, which is just ridiculous to think that would happen by chance. And if it doesn't happen by chance, it tells us something is guiding it now. Something is instructing it, whether it be pre-coding in there or something actually pushing that. So the chimpanzee is like 90% to our 100%. So there's a 10% to 15% difference.
Yeah.
But they don't want to say that. The chromosomes, the 48 chromosomes compared to our 46 chromosomes, which, okay, that's one thing. But when you look at our chromosomes, it looks fused. It almost looks surgical. And I mentioned this in the book. I actually put the studies and I say, look, this is extremely important to look at. If anything, if you count everything, I think the gorilla actually has a little more similarity in some senses. And then when you go, you see, wow, there is a similarity with chimps. Orangutans are actually extremely intelligent. Now they're saying that they use certain medicinal plants to heal quicker. How does that happen by random chance? It doesn't. So when we look at the human, chimp, or so-called great apes, yes, we both contain blood. We both contain 5 fingers, 2 eyes, nostrils, and stuff like that. So do dogs. So do other animals, but the chimp looks close to us. Like,
that's why I don't like them. I don't like chimps.
Yeah, I mean,
it's really
the chimp. When I look at these things and I say, "Wow, this is a magnificent experiment," just like ourselves. If we look at ourselves in society, it's like we're being experimented on right now with pollutants.
Yeah.
And everything, and nobody cares about that. I tell somebody, look, I've never seen taxes go down in 40, 45 years. I've never seen taxes go down, and I've never seen pollution go down. Why wouldn't we be so concerned about these things? Our children or people's children are growing up, if they have children, are growing up polluted, basically, not just physically, but mentally by school.
But I don't know if I know this to you, but throughout history, people have. That's why I don't understand why people have children. Okay, can't they see that their children are being born into slavery? Can't they see that?
Well, I think
I've always seen it.
But the sexual drive. I mean, the sexual drive.
It's true, isn't it? Yes, I overcame it very young.
Yeah, I mean, when I went to the Army, I remember a sergeant telling me, he said, listen, for lack of a better word, he said, look, don't let your dick choose your wife. And when I looked around and saw guys' wives, I was like, wow, that's a very smart statement.
Because I was dragged up in the British Army. My stepfather's in the Army. When I looked around me on these idiots on the bloody parade ground, I saw then how sick the world is. I was a little girl of 7 when this happened, because the army's sick, isn't it?
And you have a very good point. Like I don't have children myself, but and I don't think I will. Not by saying that I would never have children.
No, you mustn't.
I mean, I still could, but I like now I would say, one thing is, it's like, man, I would have to make something like I call the Superman tapes. How like when
I must tell you a story about sexual drives. I haven't told you this because I've told all the other guys. When I was 40, I was spayed. Like a cat gets spayed? The operation we give to girl cats. Yes?
Catholic spade?
No, cats. Cats get spayed. You have a cat, you get it spayed to stop it from going outside and getting pregnant and having sex and things. And that operation worked exactly the same way on us. the sex drive is totally wiped out overnight. Not interested anymore. It's true, because I've been dumb.
Interesting, because I always thought of a sex drive as maybe more of like a spiritual thing, but maybe it is just biological and
No,
physical.
it's purely biological. It's 100% hormonal. And when I was in the hospital, 3 days after my op, now I had this really major surgery. I was in a lot of pain, and they put me on HRT. And within a couple of days, I could actually feel my sexual urge coming back. So it all works very quickly. And I stopped taking them there and then. I thought, no, because you know what? I'm glad to be without it, because at least I'm free from it. There's one less need to fill. Because I'll tell you something, the sex drive is a pain in the neck, in my opinion. Absolute pain. And when you don't have that need, it makes life a lot easier. You only need to look for water, food, and shelter.
Yeah, if you can suppress it, like I would say it's good to have sex, because it. Well, yeah, it flushes the body. Like the fact that men will have wet dreams, it shows that the body must be
hormones. That's your hormones doing that.
Well, not just hormones.
Spayed. No, for eunuchs don't have wet dreams. Eunuchs were totally void of all sexual interest, weren't they?
Well, I spoke with a Hindu pundit about 20 years ago, and we had a pretty good conversation, a couple of them in Queens County, New York City. And he was based there. He had they called it a mandir, or a temple. And I was speaking with him, and he got really deep. His son and his father, like it was a lineage of pundits, like his father, his grandfather, and then his son. And he said, I'm sitting there, and I said, okay, so what you're telling me is you can eat certain foods that will influence the type of child you will have. And he said, yes. I said, also, you're telling me that certain days that you have the child will influence the type of child that's being born. He said, yes.
Yes, that makes sense.
Also, I looked, all right, so he's saying that. Then the Alabaskan natives of Canada, when a child is born, they don't ask, is it a boy or a girl? They say, who came? So who came here? We created the physical, who inhabited this physical body? So it's much more than just a biological act. It seems to be.
No, it's not. I'll tell you something. When you get a tomcat spayed, okay, I've always had lots and lots of cats in my life. And when you get a cat spayed, male or female, their behavior changes overnight, just like mine did. It completely changed overnight. No more sexual urges, no more little fantasies, nothing. And animals do the same when they're done. It all goes overnight.
This is the thing I would ask you. You have some type of spirituality within you, right?
Yes.
Okay, then what, did that just happen, or what did it happen?
That's always been since I was a little girl.
Okay, well, then like what I was saying, and I'm not saying this, I'm saying this is from certain native tribes, the Hindu pundits and other people saying that so-called, for lack of a better word, spirit or consciousness or whatever it was that was joined with the physical at birth, or even probably at conception, is what's in you right now, showing us that it's not just the physical, it's the physical and something more. And whether that's something more, we can call it non-corporeal, spirit, consciousness. It is something more than the physical, because you see that now. Now, you have a very good point in saying that when the sexual biological apparatus is fixed, removed, so to say, right? They call it fixing the animal, right? Like, or spading.
Yeah, it's all removed. Everything's removed.
Yeah, it will change the physical a little bit on the physicality. And if people have done this without the spading, they have suppressed it, monks and stuff like that. Now with men, if you don't ejaculate enough, they say about 20 times a month prevents the prostate from swelling. So there is a physical function that's beneficial for that. Now in Chinese and Hindu and other
but if you've been done, your body would stop producing or whatever. What does it produce that you ejaculate when you masturbate?
It doesn't totally stop it, and it can actually be dangerous. Vasectomies, right? If you look at it medically, that that semen sometimes leaks into the body and causes autoimmune diseases.
I've got one of those, and I've never had any semen.
Well, again, you're a female, and there has to be something different that it could cause. I'm not saying it's total, but you're doing an unnatural act. Now,
no, I don't
spiritually, right? If you didn't get fixed, there would be a way, like a physical type of, I don't know, meditation or a biological thing that would suppress it naturally.
No, that I don't believe. Well, you and I are going to agree on this.
That, right?
On this. No, I don't. I think the sex drive is so overwhelming, and it is. I've got friends of mine who I know guys in their 70s. He still gets sexual urges.
Yeah,
I've got a friend in her 65. Well, I'll tell you something. The thought of being 65 years old or 70 years old and having sexual urges, to me, is horrific. The thought that
not really. I have a friend who's 70 and he still dates.
Yeah, well, I tell you something. I'm glad to be free from it.
Yeah, no, and that is, that is your choice. That's your feeling. I don't think one thing when we look at this, we got to remember not everybody is the same. So there might be some people that can suppress it easier than others.
Well, it's not. I don't have to suppress it. It suppresses itself. It's
or it could suppress itself. So you see, there's so many different factors. People that can suppress it, people that it suppresses itself in, people that it's on overdrive that can't stop. There was a lawyer that he had a client that was in his 70s, and he had to end up giving his wife, I think it was over $100 million, and the guy was rich. And he said that he goes, to see a guy in his 70s that's still thinking with his lower member, he would think that people would be beyond that. Now, I'm not saying you need a vasectomy or whatever.
DNA does it.
I don't know if it's just DNA.
Yeah, well, it's DNA and whatever's stuck inside our reproductive organs.
Well, could it be something else in conjunction?
We're conditioned to breed by our masters. Well, but if I tell you something, right, and I'm talking about pets now, and I've had cats all my life, and if you don't get a cat spayed, her life might be 18 months long. She goes out looking for sex, running, getting lost, having litters of kittens and everything. The tomcats do the same. They don't live very long because of it. And the same with lions and everything else. Get them done. Their behavior changes overnight. They completely calm down. They're much happier, much healthier. So the sex drive is not as wonderful as we think it is.
Well, these studies are done in captivity. They're done under observation. And like I think it's the photon experiment that has proven that when you observe something, it acts differently than when
I know that,
right? Yes. So we must add this in to get a good scientific outlook on this, to say, okay.
I know that about that experiment.
Yeah, you have a point. And it's not a belief. This is a fact. You can do the double slit experiment and, for yourself. So that's what science is about, to say, okay, can it be repeatable? And can I repeat it? We cannot breathe underwater without some type of breathing apparatus. You can test that in the Thames River.
Breathing underwater got to do with sex drive? I don't understand.
Well, the sex drive, when, it's part of it is going to be a mystery. And part of it is going to be something that we think we know it is. And then there's going to be a part we don't know.
I truly believe that, we are some sort of captive species.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think our humans are meant to be on this planet somehow. I don't think we quite fit in. And we are programmed to breed. Actually programmed via our DNA, but take away the sexual organs, take away that hormone that feeds the DNA, it goes away, and it goes away very, very quickly. It did with the eunuchs as well. The eunuchs had no sex drive at all.
Well, the eunuchs, are those the men you're talking about?
Sex drive at all.
The men who were castrated to use to guard the harem?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Okay, so being that they were castrated, how is that killing the sex drive, like hormonally?
They have taken. It's all been taken away. Their testis, where all the hormones are produced, is taken away. There's no hormones anymore. It's the hormones that cause it, and those hormones carry on reproduce till the day you bloody die.
What I'm posing is the question of, could it be more than just that?
No, I don't. Well, speaking as someone who's been through it, and I'm quite a rarity, apparently. There's very few women like me have made that option to not take HRT. Because I tell you something, you get sent to crackers.
Well, aren't there women that are born that cannot reproduce?
Well, they can't reproduce because there's something wrong with their digestive, not their, with their productive organs.
Well, we call it.
There's jams, there's this, there's that, all things can
Well,
be
look
wrong.
at
But
look
the
at
urge to
prejudice.
produce is still there.
Well, look at the prejudice in the statement. We think that now this is a purely to say something is wrong with them. What if something is right with them that they can't reproduce, like you were saying? You see, so for us to say we've been trained and conditioned to say that somebody who's born that cannot reproduce.
I've never met a woman. Now, okay, we're talking about women who are sterile for whatever reason.
They call them barren and stuff like that.
Oh,
Why?
they're sterile. They're sterile. Something wrong, physically wrong with them, and they cannot reproduce. Some men cannot reproduce.
Exactly, but
they still want to have sex and they still try to have children. They can't have their own, so they'll get someone else to do it for them. But I never wanted children from the outset. I don't know what's wrong with me. Well, I think it's a shit house, so that's why I don't want children. But what I'm saying is, speaking as a female, being free from the sex drive is the best thing that's ever happened to me. So people that say it's wonderful and all this shit, they're talking rubbish, because I tell you something, the sex drive, and I know I've had a sex drive, is very, very hard to fill easily.
Well,
very hard to be satisfied with. And I know so because I've been through it all, and I've heard people talking about how hard it is this constant sex drive and how they can't find the right person and all the other. 1 in 4 women are victims of every year, victims of domestic abuse. And I suspect one of the reasons is that hubby is unhappy because he's not getting his sexual urges met properly, if truth be known.
So that I think that would be because he married somebody that doesn't find him sexually attractive. Because
she would have done initially, though, wouldn't she?
Yeah, I mean, there's some marriages that are the opposite of that, and
not many.
The premise that you're putting forth is saying that everybody's going to feel the way you do. Which
I just think the sex drive is grotesquely overrated. I've always thought so.
But now, all right, you've had sex, right, in your younger years?
Yes, loads. I tried out a lot of different
you've had loads. Have you ever been with people that sexually satisfied you?
For a while, but the romantic love soon wears off. Because I don't need a man because I could buy my own flowers. I don't need a man. So maybe I'm hard to please.
When you were in relationships, did you reach the 3 types of orgasms?
Yes, I had a few orgasms. Not very common because you know what? Most men
but
are
now,
lousy.
So you reached the G-spot orgasm, the A-spot orgasm.
With my husband, yes, a few times.
Okay,
that's why I married him.
So now, and then eventually it wore off for you.
It wears off. The romantic love dies down.
Okay,
and I'll tell you something. Most men, I'd say 90%, are just humpers. And they are about, they're just humpers. They are lousy in bed. And I know so because I was no paragon of virtue. And
that could be because of a few factors. One, it could be, yes, they're lousy in bed. Another could be that they're not turned on enough to go further than just getting their rocks off.
They came on to me. I didn't come on to them.
Well, they just want to get their rocks off, and they're not caring about making sure that you should reach orgasm before them.
I think you're being over optimistic with this whole sex gig.
Well, I'm looking at it. I'm sexually experienced myself, and I understand. I mean, I've written books on sex. I've written books on dating and relationships as well, with Nightly on Sperm Street and the Dating Circus and books like that.
Yeah.
But the thing is that when I look at it, 1, not everybody's the same. 2, nothing lasts forever. So it's, you should cry because it's over, smile because it happened. So just I'm appreciative that I've had some good relationships, and also very appreciative that I've had the ability to have that. When I look at what other men go through that are shorter or have
You
different.
see, I think you're just one of the lucky ones.
Possibly, I'm not that lucky, but when I look at other guys, I say, yeah, I am lucky.
I suggest you're probably one of the lucky ones, actually.
Possibly, I would think so.
Easy. Why do men pay vast sums of money to whores?
Well,
it's a very
I don't
well-paid
think,
job.
and and especially you being from the Netherlands, from Amsterdam, when I was there, I realized guys don't pay prostitutes to have sex; they pay prostitutes to leave. That's what I think a misconception is. Most of the men that go to these prostitutes are actually married.
Yes, I know. Of course,
Yeah,
I know that.
So when we look at this, I've told guys that, hey, when I look at it, it's not as easily cut and dried like we think it is. Like we want that easy answer again. Like we want to cap it off and say, okay, can I stop thinking now? But that cannot happen. It's always
that can't happen, no, because the hormones make sure of that. The
well, I'm not
hormones.
sure if
I
it's
told
just
you when they put me to HRT, within a matter of hours, my sex drive started to return. It's purely hormonal.
But there's a woman, Jackie, in the chat that says she's a lesbian and she has no desire to have sex with men.
Yeah, what's that got to do with it?
I'm saying that shows that she's different, that what applies to you does not apply to her.
No, but it's still hormonal. It's purely the desire to have sex is purely hormonal.
Well, I think to say that as a total factual statement for everybody, I don't think that's correct.
No, I disagree with that. So why is that the case for animals 100%? If an animal gets sterilized, i.e. has the spaying up, it loses all interest in sex and it's instant.
Well, now, I don't think this is true for all animals either. If you look at some dogs that are fixed, won't they still pump the won't they still pump the doll or the
No, they do not.
No, they don't.
I know quite a few dog owners, and I can assure you when they have their dogs sterilized, the animal calms down 100% and they stop all that. It just goes away. They return to being like overgrown puppies, just like a cat does overgrown kitten.
No, I would have to look.
No, I disagree on this. The sex drive is not as wonderful as we all think it is.
Yeah, I would have to look at studies, and those studies would have to be repeatable. It would take some scientific research. I'm not saying that you're wrong, or I'm not saying that the premise you're presenting is wrong. I'm saying that I think it goes further, and within studies, I think we're going to find some anomalies in there.
Really? No, I think it's all to do this. I think it's all to do. We're programmed by our hormones to breed.
Well,
Same way it's programmed to have sex.
Some cultures look at sex as a spiritual experience too.
Well, they would do, wouldn't they? Because it's all to do with
it's
God,
a union.
God, and breeding and having bringing more children into it. Because God said, "Be fruitful and multiply."
The orgasmic pleasure that comes from the mutual orgasm, if it can be achieved, is an amazing thing.
Yes, I know. I know. So is overeating an amazing thing, but look what happens if you eat too much of it.
Well, overeating, I don't think is amazing. I think overeating, I think is a physical addiction. It can also deal with hormones. The food you're eating might not be food; it might be a drug food. Because natural food, you don't overeat. You don't overeat apples or strawberries.
No, I know. I do know that, yes.
Processed foods is what nature puts something into foods to where you can't overeat it. You'll get to the 25th strawberry and it'll taste different. And you say, you know what? I've had my fill. But if you denature those foods, now you can overeat because you override the body's natural mechanism of detecting that. So there are certain foods.
Yeah, I know.
So there's certain foods you can and certain foods you can't. So again, one size does not fit all.
No, but what I'm just saying is I think for the vast majority of us, sex is an overrated activity. And I'm all said and done, I wish I could have had that op when I was 12. Because I'll tell you something, my life would have turned out a lot better. And it would have turned out better. I would have turned out better academically than what it has.
Possibly. Or maybe if somebody guided you and said, look, you should wait to have sex and you should focus on.
Yeah, well, that's the world we live in. I come from a time where you've always been told. I come from the time of, sexual revolution. Everyone was screwing everybody else. That's the world.
Don't you think that was falsely, wasn't that like orchestrated, right? The sexual revolution.
Yes, I know. Yes.
So again, if the sexual revolution wasn't orchestrated and didn't influence us to act immorally, to act irresponsibly, would we have still acted in that manner?
No, I wouldn't have done it for 1 second, but that's how it was in my updragging. It was everywhere.
So it was unnaturally imposed upon us then.
Yes, of course. But
so now we look at it and we go to the next.
Men have always exploited women for sex. In the Victorian era, it was the same as a bloody horror story.
I mean, you have a good point in saying that maybe something that created us implanted the sex drive for us to procreate, so we could have, we're on the farm because the farm needs more farm animals. It needs more experiment subjects, and that definitely makes sense. That has a thing, because when you look at it, I look at it as if I had a son or a daughter, I'm saying to myself, like, man, I would have to, how do I know what's going to happen to that person when I'm not here? If they're going to procreate, am I going to, I don't know where I'm going. I'm on my way, but I don't know where I'm going as far as the next. People call it death. The Celtics were so convinced of the afterlife, they would lend people money and say, pay me in the next life. So I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that's not, but
the Celts said that.
Well, I think it goes beyond the Celts, but the Celts, are credited with that in some way.
Oh, maybe they knew something then that we don't.
Exactly, they knew something. They said that the Celts, it had castes. It had the Druids, right? The priest, the Celts, the warriors, and they would read entrails, like they would throw the entrails of animals that they butchered to eat, and those entrails would be scattered in a certain way that they could read a message in that, just the way native tribes can look at the way trees fall and the way things are and say, okay, look right here, you can see the message that nature is trying to tell us. And it's a fascinating way to be able to look at the world around us and read things, like people read tea leaves or the chicken bones that they throw in, the Jamaican readings. And, why do all cultures have this? It's very odd. It's as if
what did you initially say about the Celts there? I missed that bit. That was interesting.
Interesting point. Yes.
The very start of it, I heard the bit about the entrails. I heard the bit about the Druids and that, but before that, you said something.
They said that the Celts were so convinced in the afterlife that they would lend people money and say, pay me back in the next life.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Well, then maybe they knew something. But I tell you this, but I keep forgetting your name. But I truly, truly believe that when we breed, our embryos are what they use to entrap the next soul with. And I truly believe that.
I mean, there is what I found, and I'm putting it in the book, is that in the Egyptian hieroglyphs and the friezes on the temples, right? They have one called the Potter's Wheel of Khnum. So now you have a deity that's forming what appears to be a small human on a potter's wheel, and this is carved in stone. And the deity has the head of, like, not a ram, but like a type of antelope, or, because the horns aren't curled, they're like wiggled outward. And there's a standing goddess with an amphibian head, a frog type of amphibian head. And it seems that they're both forming the human. And then there was another one that I found that showed that they had what was called something like a spirit body, that once the physical body's formed, it would join with the spirit, that they would add in the spirit body, right?
Yes, that's a nice story.
Yeah. Now, when you look at stuff like this carved in stone from ancient cultures that cannot be dated, you can't date stone. So it's probably extremely old, probably older than the dates that they've said. It makes you wonder, when you look at that compared to the Hindu stories of that, surprisingly enough, seem like ancient cloning when they talk about certain deities that took little pieces from humans and put them in jars and cultivated them to grow other humans. So
Yeah.
this is fascinating stuff that I would say requires a lot more research, but it's fun. It's not saying we know everything, and it's kind of allowing us to think a little further than
Did I tell you about my thing at the hypnotist when I was I went to see a hypnotist? Did I tell you?
Yeah. When you were hypnotized and you had different
well,
lives.
that's something like that happened to me, and I tell you something. I know for a fact that what happened to me took place.
Weirder. This is so. Oh my goodness! And he's right about this. The juice, yes, it does create well-being in the male, and it could in the female as well. But yeah,
to me it didn't. Well, I don't know, but I'm glad to be free from it, and I'm glad because I tell you something. The last 30 years, life has been at least all my needs.
But Chickpea, what about all the men that have been missing out on the good times with you? Can you not think about them?
No, they give a poop. Anyway,
I want to say hello to Isaac. Isaac
now.
Isaac
I'm
Spirit Man is here. I know. Isaac Spirit Man is here. Isaac, what's going on, brother? Isaac, feel free to interject anytime. I'm not really policing things too hard. We're having a free-flowing conversation, and everyone just feel free to interject. But
would
go
you like
ahead,
to see
guys.
my tomcat?
We can't hear you, Isaac. If you are talking, we can't hear you, brother. Would we like to see your tomcat? Yeah, why not?
Why do you all see Dave? Come here, Dave, you naughty little boy. Boy's laying here fast asleep. He's in a total coma, little sterilized boy.
Chickpea left by mistake. Yeah, she'll be back. Anyway, Isaac, we can't hear you. Oh, Isaac's going to come back probably. So, J.E., you're being very quiet. Yeah, J.E.'s probably doing something. Maybe he is listening. I don't know. But anybody else want to hop on? The link is in the chat. But I am looking forward to your thoughts on what created us. You are a creationist.
Well, I don't know if creationist is the proper word. I've heard religious people look at it as they say it's a slang. It's the only slang, or only I forgot how one professor put it, as the only it was like a disrespectful way. It's the only thing that they can call him now, because the evolutionists always the reason I respect the people with religion is that they will actually say it's a belief without any requirement of proof, and that's their belief. The evolutionists will lie and say that their belief is not a belief, and that raises a flag for me to say, well, okay, now I know you're being disingenuous, and I don't think I can trust you because you're starting off by lying to me. At least the so-called creationist. This person believes in what they believe, and they say, look, I don't require proof. This is my belief. The evolutionist does the same
Chickpea,
thing.
you need to add your camera, darling, if you need to come on your microphone. Oh, no, she's done it now. You're on now. Isaac, can we hear you?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
I'm a scientific
go ahead,
researcher. Yeah, I'm a scientific
when you want to talk.
Yeah. So I think, somebody could call me a creationist, whatever, but I think that's a cop-out. I think that's a way.
What's your thought on what's your thought on an intelligent being being able to do both, like create and maybe use evolution as dilate time or something and wait for the right time and wait for the right fruits, the right trees to bring life onto Earth? I don't know. I can see it merging.
I don't think science it clearly doesn't support that. Like the evolution model, it's not supported scientifically. And then, like I had mentioned to Yerf Dog, it's lie after lie after lie. And if somebody lies to him, would you still trust them? And he said, no. I said, okay, but you're doing that with evolution. There's been lie. It's built on lies, and you're trusting it. So therefore, you don't even know. It's either you're doing it knowingly and you're a liar, or you're doing it without knowing. You're ignorant of the fact. And people get mad.
They're telling themselves lies. They think it's the truth.
Yeah,
That's like
it's
a more understanding side of the story.
yeah, a lot of people don't understand the scientific method, but yet they propose that they do.
No, it's hypothesis, right? And then theory, and then what? I'm not even sure. Well, I used to know it all the way.
Where's your Toby?
I was just heating up some water. I didn't hear what you said.
The scientific theory is not like you have a hypothesis and then you find evidence and then you have a theory.
Yes, and if there's evidence that contradicts the theory, you change the theory to fit the evidence. Evolution does not do that. It's been caught changing the evidence to fit the theory, which is backwards, to keep us away from knowing that, hey, you know what? This couldn't happen by chance. The science is showing us that it doesn't happen by chance. So if somebody says, oh, you're a creationist, I think creationist is a slang to try to lump all the religious people together, which is not accurate, because you have people that have dramatically different beliefs that are just based on belief. That's not based. I'm basing what I know on science. I'm saying, look, this is where the science is pointing to. You can't have this happen by chance. Every time they've tried to repeat it, they've actually lied. So now that brings up, like, why am I trusting these people? But they build universities. Like I said, the cathedral for evolution is the Museum of Natural History, I
would want to I want to pick your brain a little bit and be like, what would be the purpose to like dumb us down, or like get rid of like who we truly are, or keep us on like a weird path, like that we like that's following their order of these lies? Like, why? What's like okay, so that's what I'm saying. What is the deep truth that they're trying to hide? Is it that we're spiritual beings? Is it that we're super powerful beings and they fuck with our DNA? Sorry, I don't mean to cuss. I really don't like to say that word.
We're little slaves.
I try not to say that. Forgive me. I try not to say that. I'm just saying that
we're enslaved. Our souls, we are enslaved on this planet. We are slaves.
Yeah, so I'm saying, what is the purpose? Like, do they want us to not reach our higher limits? Like, do they not want us to know the truth so we break free and we're not enslaved anymore?
They feed on our work, our effort.
Yeah,
the ones above us feed on our work here.
100%.
And
we're like their pawns,
Yeah,
I think a simple way to put it.
See that? I don't understand.
Which encompasses everything what Chickpea and you were saying as well, is they do it to control us. Because if we knew, we wouldn't be able to be controlled. We wouldn't fall into lesser behavior, detrimental.
And that also sparks the other side of, we'll see the truth, and then their empire will fall, and we'll like probably want to put most of them in prison.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
I would say you have a very good point, because what if we are that powerful? It's like saying if
we are. That's why I brought up the question. I'm 1,000% sure.
Yeah,
we're
I mean,
have a big
I agree.
Party on our souls.
Yeah, I agree that it's like if they do this so we don't see the door to the cage, we can walk right out of the cage, but they have to do this to tell us. It's like playing chess, and you can see the winning checkmate in 4 moves, and they start to play music. They start to distract you, anything so you don't see the moves the correct way. And yes, we have there. And this, is not just a belief, but when I look at it, humans have potential that people wouldn't, understand. I mean, yeah, amazing.
Like, I see potential energy in a room. If there's like 5 minds in a room, there's potential energy to think and spark. But then most of the time, what do they have us do? Distracted with media or football or food or something or beer?
Absolutely.
So then so I see potential energy everywhere, bro. I love how you bring that up. The potential part.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry,
have you heard of the theory of the multiple brain theory? So like, the mind. So say 2 of us are in a room, you and I are talking. It's my mind and your mind, and together we form a third mind. So 100%. Now we have that. So, 5 of us here. Not only do you and I form a third mind, you and Chickpea form a third mind. Then myself and Chickpea form a third mind. Then the 3 of us form another type of mind, a triple. We form a 4th mind.
Or the flower of life. The
yes,
Flower
I
Life
mean, we're
reference.
forming, and then we have Jay, we have the host, and you're absolutely, that's a extremely intelligent way of looking at it.
What they also say is in the Bible. I mean, I don't want to go too religious. It's just a train of thought. Like where three or more gather, there I am. When three or more gather in my name, there I am. That means three brains are harmonizing, and there's like a power that exists within three and one. I don't know. Maybe it's just supernatural, or maybe he's talking about the same thing we're talking about. I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible. It's very possible, man. I mean, yeah.
I'll be right back. Just quick smoke.
And I know chickpea is very spiritual as well. You know, it just, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
I think everybody hopped off.
Wait, hello?
We're here.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Jay. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, man?
We have
So,
trust the science. Trust the science is in the show. On the show.
Trust the science.
Yeah.
Did you hear what he said about the third mind, Jed?
No. So, wait, isn't the third eye the pineal gland or whatever?
No. Isaac was talking about the third mind. If you want to repeat it for Jay, Isaac.
I was making a reference to like the potential energy in the room of how minds can collaborate at any moment in time and make something happen real. But what do they have us distracted with? Beer, alcohol, circus peanuts, circuses.
Phones,
I could go
social
down
media.
football, talking
Yeah.
about what's on whatever the news. Like that's where most people's brains go. Okay, I have another way to put this. Everyone talks about the past. Everyone's stuck in the past. When you talk to your best friend, oh, this happened in the past, or this happened in the past, or when you reconnect in the past. No one's like, oh, what am I going to do in the future? I'm going to manifest this future. No, like the most population is like yesterday's news. What happened? Like what happened today? Like we're not even looking in that direction. But the people planning our future are like, oh, we're only looking in that direction. Like, whoa.
Isaac, that's because they associate with the 3D. When they talk about the past, with
100%,
their
bro. I know exactly what you're saying. Elaborate.
Right, because when they're talking about, when they're reminiscing with their friends, they're reminiscing over, they associate with their body. That's their ID, their body. And then in worldly events, that's part of the 3D, right? So that's all they associate with. Yeah.
And that's what would manifest out of a three-dimensional aspect of you. You would go into like a hyper state of survival where you'd want the most money, you'd want the most control, you'd want the most underground bases for a catastrophic event to survive anything, because you don't believe in the afterlife. Your mind is capped at death. When I open my mind, I do mushrooms, I do DMT, I do acid, I do LSD, I do fucking salvia. I'm now past death, and I can see past that little barrier they put in front of me. Oh, death's the end. No. Y'all tripping. That's how I see it. Like, and then if you get stuck in the three dimensions, you will end up becoming that thing where you chase money, you chase the car, you chase the house, for sure. But I'm crazy.
See, you know, Isaac, it's funny you talk about death, right? Because I think death is so beautiful, because it's funny, right? In the Bible, it says unless you're born again, and so where the conclusion I've come to is, you can be like born again every day. Like every day you can develop a new conscience. Thus, that's death. Your old self dies. Like I got a new revelation literally 2 days ago. I was gonna say I got a new revelation 2 days ago that I've never had in my entire life, and that was, it's gonna blow your minds. I can't even believe it. So I showed a lot of gratitude, because I ask for wisdom a lot. So it was to see the one good thing in every soul, because it used to be the other way. I used to see the one bad thing in everybody, and I would get into a conflict with people. But now I can't believe 2 days ago I got that download, and it's like, see the one good thing in people. And ultimately, the reason I got there, Isaac, is because everybody's really a reflection of who we are. So if I can make everybody a reflection of the good, right, then you know where I'm moving towards. But before I was like everybody else, trapped in the negativity and pretty much, you know what I mean, pretty much stuck in a loop.
Yeah.
So yeah, consciousness, you die every day. I believe if you're willing to die every day and grow, right, every day, like every day you can grow.
That's
Now,
the
now that
yeah, not yeah, not to die in like not to die as to deteriorate, right? To die is to be you shed off the skin, you shed off the old layer, and you realize there's a deeper layer on the inside. Not to die
exactly,
like yeah. So just for the audience,
exactly.
because when you say die, they might not understand what you're saying. When you shed the old self, like the old ego, the old anger you had. I don't know. Every day you have a chance like to wake up and do it. But
Hmm.
I mean, I think every second you do, if you really want to break it down.
Exactly. Like, see, the thing is, right? The saying is in philosophy, the wise man knows he's a fool. The fool thinks he's wise. So,
Yeah.
with going with that is, when you go with that phrase, you know you're never going to stop learning. So, I don't care.
Yeah,
Like, and
if
you know, and there's a
across,
big thing.
yeah,
There's a big thing with a spiritual ego. Apparently, like you get this ego death, right? You never do, because then you become spiritual, and now you get a spiritual ego, and you go around thinking you're chosen and you're one of the select few. So it's like,
but
what was
are
I
there
gonna say?
select few? Are there chosen people? I
I
just wonder.
think I think we're all unique. I think every single soul is unique.
That's what I
Yeah,
would say to that.
yeah. I think every single soul is unique. And it's really nobody's fault if they don't like awaken or they don't eat from the fruit of the apple, so to say, because it's the video game. See, what people don't understand, the video game is so complex. This video game that we're in, it's so complex that if you genuinely, like my name says, trust the science, like if you really believe what modern day science tells you, and you think you're just a physical form, and that's about it, and everything's a coincidence, then you're entitled to that belief. You're entitled to live your life that way. You could go on living that way.
Well,
Nobody's going to harm you.
a lot of my modern scientists came out and shown that we have torus fields and we have like ether
Hmm.
inside of us. We have a magnetic quantum computer in our brain. Like I don't know,
Plasma is the big thing right now. Plasma.
exactly something like that. Like I don't know,
Yeah.
it's hard to believe like that I'm just a human after every little aspect and variable I can see. I don't think I'm just a human. No way.
I
Yeah.
think much more. Yeah, I have a
I don't know.
theory.
It's crazy. I'm crazy, and
Hey,
I'm always.
Matt Stout.
I
Matt
always want to
Stout,
learn.
I recognize you. You're the guy from Tuesday. You were on here Tuesday, right?
Yes, I was.
Oh, bro, this guy's awesome, man. This guy was saying so much deep shit on Tuesday. I was gonna see if I could find a channel, if you got a channel or something.
Yeah, the American Zombie channel. Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're from New York, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
It's the accent. The accent gave it away, bro.
Yeah, I try. It's hard to hide it.
What is it called? You said American what?
American Zombie Channel.
Zombie. I'm typing it right now. Zombie channel. Let me see. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you got the Silver Surfer. I'm gonna subscribe right now, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just subbed.
Yeah, the avatar, I kind of put it where it's like, you know how people wear the tinfoil cap? I figured I would make a picture where the whole face is covered with tinfoil, and I have the glasses. So I figured that and hopefully soon. I did do a live stream last night. I hadn't streamed in a while, and I'm probably gonna change like a lot of the videos, YouTube with the censorship. So I'll just start anew, and so I can be monetized again. But I did have a theory that, and I know Isaac was getting real deep. This theory that I said, okay, we know for sure that the present is creating the past. So we can see this. Now, with that definitive fact, could it be that the present is being created by the future? So the way the present creates the past, could the future create the present?
It could be like the chip in between.
Yeah, kind of like a ripple effect, so to say.
I'm not even sure if it would be. It could be a ripple, but I'm thinking the present moment that keeps flowing backwards so we could see the past, especially with chronological equipment, see the seconds and the minutes. And we know this for a fact. Can the future be bleeding back to create the present, which could maybe explain the deja vu stuff? It could explain other things. But also, there's a professor, Professor Dean Radin, and he does research. He's like one of the few American scientists that are funded by federal funding to do this research, where he has said, I hadn't looked into the experiment, but he said we can see into the future like I think it's like a second or two, like with certain tests, like it could be instinct, it could be something like a reflex, but he had that. And he was also delving into, can we reach back into the past with our mind and change the present or even the future? I mean, fascinating stuff. And
they call that retrocausality, right?
Possibly, I'm not sure. I came up with my theory saying, okay, I was basing it in science, saying, we know for a fact that the past is being created by the present.
Well, so most people's minds, well, man, I just lost it. 1 second.
I'll say this while you're thinking of it.
Okay,
Max, okay. I believe the other day you said something about World War I. They did it to erase history. I believe you were the one that said it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so it's funny you bring it up because, see, by the way, just so you know, Max, I think a lot of us are getting the exact same downloads because it's fucking like it's crazy, bro, how we're like thinking alike. But I don't know if you get into like ancient Tartaria and the technology they had, but it's like, bro, like, they erased a lot of this history. And I said, you mentioned
it. Capitalized on it and sold it to us. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I have a Facebook page called Descendants of Atlantis. And
let's go.
And it I show, because I've researched ancient archaeology for about over 20 years. And a lot of stuff, like I've taken pictures in the museum, the Metropolitan Museum in Manhattan, of what appear to be flying vehicles casted in gold that are dated to, hundreds, if not thousands of years old.
Max, there's stuff, the hieroglyphics in Egypt, there's pictures and stuff of all that.
Yeah, aliens, spaceships.
And when you look at ancient art from biblical times, some of the art has got spaceships in it, and those spaceships were put in at the time.
Yeah, I've put those pictures on the Facebook page, Descendants of Atlantis. I put those pictures in order to show that they have, like you said, pictures from countries, from European countries that are 500 years old, with what appear to be the spaceship in the background.
Hear me out on this part. It might spark you, maybe fact check it, but I'm pretty sure I heard the Eye of Horus, the eye part, is shaped in the exact same shape as an airplane wing you would need to have lift.
Yeah, very good.
No, it's actually shaped as the pineal gland. Exactly. The Eye of Horus is the pineal gland.
Exactly.
That's the weirder part. That's the weirder part.
I put a picture of the brain split in half with the pineal gland and the Eye of Horus to show the similarities of that, like Trust the Science is saying. And I had put all this stuff. I started the page on Facebook in 2016, and then I left it alone. I had about 80 pictures on there, like what you guys are talking about. And for some reason, I hadn't been on it for a while. I just started producing a couple of videos, and I don't know if Facebook was pushing it. It started to grow. It's got like 20,000 followers. But it's, when I produced videos about could Star Wars, be telling us about ancient stuff, like the Princess Leia character with the curls on the side of her hair is similar to the Hopi maidens. It's similar to the Lady of
It gave me the chills. Because I've seen the two suns in the sky, and they have a Hopi prophecy on it.
Yeah, the lightsaber. I think it was Priya Prishnikar had a sword of light that could slice a vase, without the water spilling. Again, something that's reminiscent of a lightsaber. I also talk about the pineal gland being very similar to the Eye of Horus. Airplanes, flying vehicles that appear to be ancient, because they were found in archaeological sites that look very close to modern aircraft with what appear to be aerodynamic swirls on the wings. That was the last video I made, actually. And funny enough, Facebook will push it and then, it'll stop. It'll try to get you to, pay money to boost it. But I was like, I'm not going to do anything artificial. I was happy that they pushed it for a while. But, I figured as I'm doing my book on human origins, I figured I'd concentrate more on that. But yeah, that has, a good amount of pictures on it that shows artifacts. It shows what Chickpea's talking about with the hieroglyphs at Abydos.
Yeah.
I think that's the Temple of Abydos with what appears to be a helicopter and
all weird things.
Yeah, a UFO is on it. Looks like a land vehicle, and they'll try to dismiss it away. I've had archaeologists.
I'll tell you, I don't know if you've been to Egypt, but those buildings you have to, and everything you have to see it to believe it. I don't know how they did it. You ever been to the Valley of the Kings? Is
that Abu Simbel with the 4 seated deities on the river? I actually did a video on that. Just looking at, and this is something I notice about Egyptian artifacts, especially like the statues of Ramses and stuff. If you compare those, right? If you split the face, Christopher Dunn did excellent work on this. If you split the face in half and you fold it over, it actually is an exact replica of both sides. Now, human faces, of course, have different left and right sides. Maybe slightly, sometimes more than less, but they're not exactly the same. So when I compared them to Roman and Greek statues, you could see that those statues were modeled off of a living being. It had like a character in the carvings.
Yeah.
In the Egyptian one, it looks more mechanical.
Yeah.
These are
weird.
Yeah, fascinating things.
Weird.
I think we should, and how Sanctuary Seeker is saying, I think definitely they were using World War I and II to destroy a lot of things from ancient civilizations. The bells, right? The bells with Tartaria. That I went church bells, and it had a healing sound.
Yes. Yes.
Now, we don't hear. I don't hear that anymore. Yeah.
No, it's all gone. I heard. The last time it was, I walked by this one church, and I was sort of drove by it, and I had the windows down, and surprisingly, they did play it. But yeah, they did get rid of it. Well, that was a Catholic church. They still have them. But yeah, majority of the places, they got rid of them. It's just it's really interesting that that's what this game is about. Like a lot of it is where we're being lied to. And it's kind of like, that's like the interesting thing of the game. But it kind of makes sense in a way, because don't all religions and all spirituality beliefs lead to know thyself? So you're and there's obstacles to get to know who you are. You're going to go through obstacles, but it just seems like that's the end game. Know who you are, and then everything else kind of makes sense. But like anything, right? There's just obstacles. You kind of have to get through them, which is why this game is fun, right? Like I talk to some people, and some people are still trapped in like certain aspects. Like I might have been a nihilist for a day. That was it, a day, and I got over it. I must have been an atheist for a day, got over it. But it's like, that's no way to live. Like once you're in a game, just play it and have fun.
It's not fun. What I mean? No, it's not a game. It's not fun.
It really is. It really is. If you just you just have, what happens is, Chickpea, you have to wait long enough to get the realization that I'm talking about. Like to get to that.
71. I've been waiting for years.
Well, I mean, this whole thing, Chickpea, where people from all different parts of the world can get together and share their experience. You know, this internet, it's more new, right? So it's like, it's just, that's why, you know, we're more fortunate at this time
Yes.
to have these technologies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. We're very lucky to have lived in this 80 years.
But honest to God, let me say this though, right? We're talking about ancient Tartaria and all that. We think this is advanced technology. I like to be honest with you, man. I think they had better shit back then. Like even the ancient Egyptians, ancient Kemet.
Oh God, yes.
I think they had better shit than we do because they were more. Because you got to think of it this way, Chickpea. They were more spiritual, and they were able to. They knew how to communicate to the other side. We lost that art. We lost the art of
They built.
Right, Chickpea. The only thing we got today to communicate with the other side is like astral projection. That's really the only thing that I know of, unless people know how to do like witchcraft or something like that, or you know, just other means, you know.
And like, have you seen the other stuff like these big statues of what's his name? Statue, I've forgotten his name now. I've got one sitting in my bedroom. These statues are hundreds of feet high, and you think, how did they do this?
You know? Yeah, the statue of Ramses. Yeah, very tall.
What are they called? Buddhas. Buddhas. You know the Buddhas.
Yeah, the Buddhas in Afghanistan. Yeah, carved into rock. Yeah, very tall.
How did they do that?
Oh yeah. You know what I love. You know what I love, Chickpea, is when people there's many people like you that ask these great questions, and they'll always kind of try and shut you up by saying, oh, you know, no, Chickpea, they were very intelligent back then. They had, you know, and they were very smart and they knew how to do it, right? That's how they're going to kind of talk to you to try and get you to shut about it, to like try and get you to shush. But there's a reason why a lot of us are thinking outside the box and we're saying, wait a second, this doesn't make any sense.
Makes sense.
Right? And you kind of still don't know what help they actually had that really helped them out. We got theories, but we don't really believe that they just did it by themselves like that.
You know what's weird as well? The Bermuda Triangle. Do you know that they have found stuff at the bottom, on the bottom of the sea, above, you know, below the triangle? There's something there.
Oh yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, they say that. Yeah, the water density. Like if you put bubbles underwater, it can sink things. So it can change the density of the water.
Something weird going on there, isn't there?
Yeah, very, very odd. And like Sanctuary Seeker is saying, what we have today just seems to be re-engineered stuff from the past. Like this is not new inventions, and it probably was much more high-tech civilization.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
many years ago.
Yeah, it
something
seems,
we're not being told the full story. I don't think anyone says.
Oh, definitely not. And that's where the schooling and everything is used to keep us from seeing that truth. Yeah,
isn't it just?
Oh, the school system is that thing is such a joke. It's ultimately, I mean, you know, I kind of like the way you broke it down, Max, on Tuesday. But it's like, just think about it, right, Max? Think about it. Like, let's say I just now complete my university studies, studying education, and now I can become a teacher, right? They're like, all right, Seeker. No, but I'm just saying. But let's say I get my degree, and now I can teach. And so I go to one of the school boards, and they show me what I can teach. Like, let's say I become a history teacher. They're like, all right, this is what you can teach, right? Like, I can't sit there and tell them other stuff or whatever. But then it's like, the school board is getting their criteria from, like, for instance, I'm in Canada, right? I'm not in the U.S., but they're getting their criteria from the ministry, right? I don't know how you guys do it in the U.S., like ministry-wise, but the school board is below the ministry. The ministry is below the government, right? And then we don't need to get into the government who's controlling all of that. But that's the one really in charge of the education. That's the one telling the ministry what should be taught in schools. And it's like, who the fuck are these people? Who the hell are these people that We're just supposed to kind of take their word for it, like it means anything. You see what I'm saying? And
Yes,
that's the education. That's ultimately the education we're getting.
teach you absolute rubbish.
Yeah.
Absolute rubbish.
Yeah, it's so true. It's administered in a way to create a population that's docile.
Yeah, we're so brainwashed, it doesn't bear thinking about. I've always known that. I tell you something, Max, like when I was a little girl living on the army camps, and I used to watch all the squaddies marching about, and I used to watch all the officers being bowed and scraped to. And I used to think to myself, what is wrong with the human race? Because it's true about the armed forces, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying,
Absolutely.
it's true,
Yeah.
you know? And that's, yeah. And my stepfather, oh, he loved it. He loved it. He spent 30 years in the British Army. He was brainwashed as hell. You know, when I was a little girl, they used to have pictures of the Queen in her military garbage in the living room and dining room. And I was brought up with that. No wonder I had to have a bloody psychiatrist later on in life pull me through it all. It's true.
Yeah. I mean, when I was in basic training, they would always tell us, don't think.
Don't, yes.
And anytime we said, well, I thought, nope, didn't we tell you not to think?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Wow. So you served? You served?
Yes.
Me,
yeah,
yes,
I was in the United States
I did
Army.
3 years in the Navy. When I was 17, my stepfather said, out. So I had to join the Wrens so I could have somewhere to live. And I did 3 years, and my hair all fell out. And I had
So Chickpea, you served as well. Okay.
Yeah,
No, but I was asking, how many years, sorry, Chickpea?
How many? I did 3 years, and then my hair fell out.
And then your hair fell.
Yeah,
and then how long were you there, Max?
Almost around 4 years. Yeah.
Oh,
you did 4?
Was it, Max?
Yeah, when we were at 18 in America, you have to register for the draft for 8 years. So I just joined. So when I joined, I was in for 3, and then they called us back for war, and we didn't go. You know, the war there wasn't a. You know, they stopped it, and then it was like, okay, we went to Fort Jackson, and then we were sent back to Fort Hamilton, Brooklyn. But I did my basic in Fort Knox, and then I went to Fort Hood, and then Fort Irwin in the Mojave Desert. And it was an experience because I was so young. I had just turned 18, 19, 20, 21. So I was out at 21 with years served. And I was still held for the next 4 years because if anything happened, they could call you back. And I worked a regular job in society, delivered dental equipment for a company, and odd and end jobs. And I was very rebellious when I was in there. So I was able, once I hit permanent duty, you know, after the 5 months of training, 2 months of basic, 3 months of advanced, they tell you, okay, now you're a professional soldier. Yeah, you're gonna go to your permanent duty station. And being so young, 18 years old, I had a license to drive any vehicle in the world. They gave me a lot of responsibility. So I appreciated that because I had left high school, and the recruiter told me, I said, look, I'm not going to go back here to graduate. And he said, look, so if I get you in, you're going to go, because guys will say they're going to go, and at the last minute, they say, no, I don't want to go. I said, look, if you can get me in, I'm going to go. And he waited. I turned it. My mother had actually signed the papers for me to go in at 17. But he was smart. 17, he knew if I would have went in at 17, they would have checked my diploma and saw that I didn't graduate. And he waited till I turned 18. He checked the box that I graduated. I was sent to Fort Knox. I completed the training. And, I was a skinny kid and everything, tall, skinny kid. And I passed it. I passed advanced individual training for 3 months, went to permanent duty, and did my time. And I'm glad I'm a veteran. I mean, sometimes I get a discount at the hardware store, for being a veteran, or
wow.
Parking perks as well.
Oh wow. We get nothing here. I get nothing. I get a pension.
Oh wow, that's good. Like, I don't receive anything. I mean, if I would have stayed in longer, probably. I decided.
I get a pension for
see that's good. I mean, I do have a little bit of my right ear from gunfire. One time, my earplug fell out when I was firing the M16, and I was a weapons expert. You know, I shot expert, and I fired the 50 caliber, threw grenades, stuff like that, and it was an experience that I wouldn't recommend. You know, my nephew is an airborne ranger, and but yeah, it was an experience, and I guess now I look at it as, in a way, I'm very glad. Thank goodness I'm a veteran, because I do, you know, in case of emergency, I can receive health care and stuff like that. Yeah,
Don't you have that automatically in the US then? Only if you're a veteran?
yeah, and well, in the US, it is a little different. Like, if you retire for 20 years, you receive half your pay for the rest of your life. So I would have gotten out at 38 with 20 years served, but I couldn't. I just didn't feel like a lifer to do 20.
No.
And before I got out, after my initial enlistment, they put me on funeral detail because, you know, I only had a couple of months left, or like I think it was like maybe 7 weeks or something. And funeral detail, I was burying retirees. We would lower the coffin. They would do the 21 gun salute. And everybody that we buried was under 60. I noticed the oldest guy was like 58. So I'm saying, wow, these guys did 20 years and they didn't even really get to enjoy their retirement.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's stressful. And I was like, I was getting out anyway. And, I could have went back in, because when they called me back, they put me in the reserves. But a captain, seeing that I had already served years prior, he gave me another honorable discharge. He said, look, we already know you don't want to be here. You did your time. You did come back. And some part of me says maybe I should have stayed in the reserves for a little bit. But I think life, the more I think about like stuff that happens, it seems like an odd feeling, like some of the stuff in life is scripted. Like no matter how hard I try,
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel that I've been born in some sort of crazy trap, because I've had a really weird life, and it doesn't. There's things about just don't add up. Like 30 years ago, I used to work as a legal sec in the city, and I was all caught up in the city doing this and the other. And then I hit 40. All of a sudden, my immune system went completely mental. And I was thrown off the treadmill. I haven't worked for 30 years because of my immune system. And I know for a fact that it's my unconscious, something else is doing this to me, but I was chucked off, and I've just been for 30 years just living at home with my cats. I get my benefits, everything's paid for, and I've often thought it was meant to be,
That's
weird.
Great. The fact that you get money and benefits, so I wish I got benefits.
You know what? I haven't. You know what? I'm no worse off than when. I'm not much worse off than when I work, because I stopped drinking, I stopped smoking, I stopped spending, and I'm not much worse off than the women I used to work with.
But at least you can relax and expect, money comes in.
Yes, every month money gets put in my bank account. Every month the rent gets paid.
Is it because you were injured, or is it that they do that anyway? They give
No, I've got RA. I can't work. It's in my blood.
Okay. So
it shows up in a blood test, so they can't dispute me. Yeah, they just they took blood tests, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, they tell me I should apply because of, when I got out and I would hold the telephone to my right ear, I would hear it like break up a little. And, I fired a lot of different weapons, and it does affect you, if can affect your hearing, and if you're not properly protected. But I guess I was just lazy. I figured, look, I'll work, I'll do stuff. And, now that I'm getting a little older, I think about it. But then again, that scripted life, like I found that to be odd. I said, no matter how hard I try at certain things, it's like I'm on this path that I can veer it a little bit, but it's
there's something weird going on, isn't there?
Yeah, very odd.
There's something very strange going on.
Yeah, strange.
But I tell you, like the Navy, I lasted for 3.25 years, and then all of a sudden, all my hair began to fall out. So luckily, we weren't subject to the Discipline Act, so I could just walk out, and I did, and that was the end of that.
Did they tell you why that happened?
It was stress basically, and I felt I loved the Navy itself, and I loved the guys. I used to get really well with the sailors, and I loved the ships. I used to work aboard the ships, doing wages and secretarial work. But I hated the women. I used to get bullied quite a lot, especially by the senior rate women, because there's nothing worse than a woman with power. I can cope with admirals, captains, everything, but these bloody Ren officers, I hated them, and they hated me, and that was what the problem was. I could cope with the men, all their nonsense, I quite liked them. Even though, I think, what you do marching about here, there, and everywhere. And I did love the minesweepers. I did like them. Yeah. I had a good time, but my hair fell out. So I had to leave. Because if you don't deal with it, you can go bald for good. And I wanted my hair back. So that was it. Yeah.
Wow.
I had a good time. A party. It was a nice little party.
Yeah, I think back at the years I was in there, and I had some great times.
I did have, a lot of partying, Yeah, it was a lot of partying. It was okay. It was just, if it hadn't been for those bitches, I would have probably done the 22 years. But it was the women that got me. I hate women with power. I hate them.
22, and that's the amount required to retire.
Yeah, and the British thing is 22 years. You have 18 to 40. British Army.
Wow. In United States, it was 20 when I entered, and then they said if I stayed in for 30, I would receive 3/4 of my base pay.
Yes, my stepfather did. My stepfather had a huge pension because he did 30 years. Yeah,
but
pension.
Again, all those years you do get brainwashed. I've seen other guys.
Yeah. Good Lord, yes.
Yeah.
My
stepfather, I was in the best shape of my life. I have to admit, the exercise was good, and it was we would run a couple of miles every day.
Yeah.
And the push-ups, when I exited, I was doing 100 push-ups without a problem.
Yeah.
I wish I could do that now, but it was an experience, I must say.
Yes, I mean, if it hadn't been for the women, I would have done the 22 years, but I couldn't cope with those bloody women. Yeah, women with power don't like me, probably because I scowl at them. Same when I was
women in power don't like anybody.
What? Yeah, they're horrible, aren't they? The women with power.
Yeah.
I'm not the only person that says that, and I think
I got this theory that women shouldn't be in power.
I think what has happened over the years since I was young in the workplace has been for the bad. And all this with women police officers, women fire officers, I don't entirely agree. No, I don't. I think men make far better.
I can
say.
Yeah. Oh no, men. See, the thing about men is we tend to just want to fix problems.
Yes.
Women tend to want to ponder on the problem.
Yes, and women make terrible bosses, horrible bosses.
You can put like 20 different issues in front of a man who'll fix them all. A woman's just going to complain about them all.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Oh no, I know. I used to. I know how women are, man. Especially, but you know what? There are some good women bosses out there. They do exist.
Oh yeah. There's definitely.
When I was working in the city, every now and again you'd come across a female solicitor.
I'm not a sexist, by the way. I'm just keeping it honest with you guys. I'm in no way sexist. I'm in no way, making this about going off at women. So
I'm more sexist than most men are. Yeah.
As you should be, right? Because then you bring that little good flame to it. But I wanted to say this to Max. Max, have you ever heard of this guy, Bro Sanchez?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Do you watch him at all?
I've watched little bits here and there. My co-host on American Zombie, he kind of turned me on to him. He's he doesn't call it flat Earth; he calls it the realm. And and he watches Bro Sanchez. He told me about him, and after I finished this book I'm working on about human origins, I was, I went on his show twice, but the panel was so full I didn't really say much. Like, they were talking about other topics, but yeah, I haven't really watched a lot of his stuff. I know he's a flat Earth. It's his belief.
Flat Earther.
Yeah, he talks a lot about like some other topics. So I mean, I'm kind of like my co-host. He, that's his thing. Within that division, I noticed there's a lot of sectors. Like, he believes the realm, it's just a plane, that keeps going forever. He doesn't think that it's the model they believe in, with the water going over the edge or something. And
right, the firmament.
Yeah, so he's like more on that. Myself, I'm a scientific researcher, so I'm always just saying, okay, I'm open to things. And I guess once I have the book completed, I would hope I can get on there and speak with him about it, probably one-on-one or even with his panel. But yeah, I probably wouldn't go into his belief on the earth and stuff like that. I would say, look, I want to stay more grounded in like something, because it does have a stigma to it, because you have so many different branches, and I basically say, look, I think, like, as a scientist, I would say, okay, we should do tests. So the flight paths that they talk about, that's very interesting, saying, okay, on a flat map it would be this way, on a globe, why would they go in these different directions? So I would say, okay, let's charter a plane. We can do a GoFundMe and we can fly and test that. We can, when, my co-host would say, oh, so, you believe we're on a bowl and all of this. I said, well, okay. I understand gravity is a theory, but we should test these things. We should say, okay, how would a globe work? So the air, the atmosphere could be held in by a sonic shield, possibly. And again, that goes against what basic people that believe in the evolution thing believe, which it's a belief. Evolution, I definitely, that's a mind control thing to kind of keep people from actually looking for the truth. So scientifically, I can show where it's not scientific. So I'm basing it in saying, okay, let's search for this truth. Let's say, like, Jeranism used to be a flat earther. He went to Antarctica, saw that the sun was 24 hours a day. That would need to be explained from what some flat earthers believe and others don't. Others would say, no, I believe it's this and it's different. So I haven't watched enough of Bro Sanchez to really know what his whole thing is about. Do you watch him a lot?
Yeah. He was live earlier today. I watch him pretty much majority of the time when I can. But the reason I asked was, and actually it's funny, he has 4 different channels. He kind of, like the thing about money in different pods type of thing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like, it's even showing me that he's going to go live in 2 days on one of his other channels. He's got one specifically for Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
He's got one where it's his main channel where he gets into everything, and then he has a one about ancient history where some Flat Earth will get brought up. But, like, his spiritual beliefs really align with mine, and he barely even talks about Flat Earth these days. He just talks about ancient spirituality. But the reason I brought him up is because, similar to me, he kind of gets into how, like, life is a game, and it's interestingly enough, because if you ever, like, the coolest movies are whenever somebody is like, there's some sort of like a military figure or just something like that, to where they're kind of like a soldier or like a martial artist. And really, like, if you just kind of think about it, like, that had to have been cool for you, man, to just, in a way, be like, hey, like, I mean, I'm not saying, I know some people might take offense to what I'm saying, because they're like, well, you think what he did is, like, fun, like killing innocent people? I'm not saying he killed innocent people, but it's just again, it's like when he gets into how an avatar comes on here and then he has to like survive, or this is like the avatar you chose to take in. It just kind of, in a way, really seems like the avatars that are like the most intriguing would be like, you know, the Neos from the Matrix and the Morpheuses, where they're in that ship and they're trying to get away from these whatever those machines were that were trying to get into their ship. So it always just seems like that's one of the funnest things anybody can do in life, is to take on one of those avatars. That's just, you know, and again, he kind of gets into that. He gets into how the ancients would talk about picking an avatar, you know, as in you pick the body that you want to come into. And it's just funny because earlier I was just even dwelling. I'm like, no shit, man. I really did pick this avatar. I did pick all these lessons. Like it, I don't know why I needed to remind myself that earlier. This was like 2 hours ago. I don't know why I needed to, because it's like I know this, but then at times you get this like amnesia where certain things are distracting you away from who you are, and it's like there's just a lot going on, man. It's like you're never gonna remember that one thing. You're gonna keep dwelling into other things, and you'll forget what you knew. And it's like, you know, you almost got to keep reminding yourself on some of the goals you've made, and you know, it's just a lot, man. It's really a lot to get into.
How old are you, Sanctuary? Don't mind me asking.
31.
How about 31?
31, yep.
Oh, I could be your mum. I could be everybody's mum.
Oh yeah. Well, my mom is not that much older than me. She's just 19 years older than I am.
Oh wow, I could be your
Yeah.
granny actually.
Well, yeah, exactly. There you go. Right?
Because I've had an easy life, I don't look like a granny. I don't actually.
Oh yeah.
People could always
That's where I'm at, Chickpea. That's where I'm at. Like keep the soul young.
Yeah.
Keep it young. Like that's kind of my thing right now. Keep it young. You know.
Yeah. Actually, what do you guys think about this whole digital currency they're bringing into England? What are your thoughts?
Oh, the crypto?
Well, we're having this digital currency. Within 2 years' time, if you're living in the UK, all your banking, health records, your whole life will be on your mobile phone, and you will be tracked 24/7. What do you take of that?
I don't think it's good. I think it's going to tighten the noose, the invisible noose that's around everybody. And it's going to allow them to sequester people a lot more, to say, you know what, censorship, if you don't say the right thing, like in China, if you don't say the right thing, they restrict your travel. So you can't travel, you can't do certain things. So it's kind of like it's basically an electronic slave bracelet.
Yeah, I think it's a precursor to the mark of the beast, personally, but no one agrees with me because I believe in the mark of the beast. I'm afraid that's what I believe. Well, you know, the mark of the beast, as in the Bible.
I mean, I spoke with a guy many years ago about that, and he was a biblical scholar, and it made sense. Like he brought up something about the 666, 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons. That is the basis for carbon, the carbon unit. So coming into this world in a physical body could be the mark. So the fact that we're in the body, which is part beast, part maybe divine, the fact that we're here could be the mark itself. Now, the digital control system could be something different. It's kind of like us saying, okay, we're waiting for the mark. They're going to try to put it here.
I believe
whatever. But we're already in the body of the 6 carbon.
Yeah, I think this is just the last click. It's the last thing, because I believe in the barcode. I remember when barcodes started 35 years ago, and I've done binary. And as soon as I saw that barcode, I thought, there it is, the mark of the beast. I'm one of these weirdos that used to believe in the Bible. I still do, actually. I mean, me and D&W are having constant rows about it. And
I wonder if, like,
what they think.
because, you know, we we do what beasts do. You know, like sex. What do they call it? The beast with two backs. You know, when two people are engaging in sex.
All right.
We defecate. We urinate. We eat. We do what a beast would do as well. But we also have a consciousness, and in that, when I look at some animals, they actually act more humane than
I think
humans.
they're nicer than we are.
Great point. Great point.
Thought that. Have you seen how sweet pigeons are toward each other? You know, I feed a whole flock of pigeons, and sparrows come and blackbirds come, and every morning I put out a load of food for them. And these pigeons are so sweet to the sparrows and the little birds. They never bully them, never bully each other. I've never seen humans behave like that. Never in my life.
Yeah, well, I would say we are, like, I think something feeds off of our conflict, like our fear.
Yes. Oh,
and
yeah,
our lust.
yeah. After
Yeah,
all, saying
they
this,
give
yes.
off, like, I think, vibrations that
Yes.
maybe there's non-corporeal beings that feed off of that. Maybe
Yeah,
they're
the archons. The
yeah.
archons.
Well, yeah. Whether
Yes.
archons or something else, or
Yes.
you know, that they need us to have conflict so they can eat, so they can get that energy from
You
us.
know what I believe our future's coming? I believe there will be another world war. And I believe this one is going to be a big loose gathering. Like they're going to fatten us all up for a nice big feast. In the same way as we fatten up turkeys for Christmas, they're going to do it to us. They're going to do that's what they're going to do to us. Because I think World War III will happen.
Well, part of the stuff I might put in the book, and I did a lecture on this about 10 years ago, where I showed animals in nature that mimic other animals.
Yeah.
The ant colony will have spiders that mimic the ants.
Yes.
That live within the colony and pick off ants without being known. They even mimic the movements, the pheromones, or the chemical signals, better yet.
Yeah.
Crickets that don't prey on the ants, but they use the mimic to hide within the colony from the ants themselves. Beetles do the same. Praying mantis, when they're young, certain ones will mimic the ants, and then when they get older, they can leave the colony. So that when they're vulnerable, they will mimic that. We have camouflage, where we see moths and other insects that will camouflage against trees that you can't see them.
Owls do it as well.
Yeah, the octopus that not can only change color, but it can change texture and shape.
For the octopus, poor thing.
So I proposed in the lecture, why wouldn't there be humans that could mimic humans that look exactly like us? Now, that's one type of mimic, but then there's other types like the cordyceps mushroom and the wasp that injects the cockroach with something that controls the mind of the roach. So we know that Toxoplasma gondii, the parasite, can affect and control the human mind to make them extremely promiscuous, to make them, act in a different way. So could there be something that controls certain humans?
Well, of course there is.
So well that they control the rest of us.
Have you ever thought that? I've always thought, what do you think our royals are? The royals are something very strange going on there.
Very strange.
Odd. Now, I've always thought there's something very strange, because I don't know if you know anything about the Second World War, but during the Second World War, two German aristocrats were high-ranking officers in the British Army and the British Navy. One was an admiral, the other one was a field marshal. Also, the whole nonsense with the battle with Dunkirk. So Hitler gets all his soldiers. Hitler gets German army got 400,000 soldiers onto the beach at Dunkirk. Then Hitler says to them, right, turn off. Let's let them go. We're going to Russia now. That doesn't add up. There's something very odd about the Second World War.
Yes, very.
Plus, British aristocracy are actually Germans anyway. So is the Dutch aristocracy. It's very strange.
Yes.
It's all very odd indeed. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so there's something weird going. Oh yeah, I've always thought it. I believe speak for myself. I'm just some sort of little slave person. Although I've had quite an easy time of it, I still think I'm some sort of slave. I think most of us are.
Mm-hmm. I think most of the American presidents can be linked back to British aristocracy.
Yeah, they can all be related back. Yes, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So, yeah, that is yeah, it really is a mystery, and
it's very strange.
yeah, I do I definitely see that there is something extremely odd going on, and only a few people can see it. That's why I had originally started writing American Zombie, because it was as if I felt like I was in a zombie movie.
Yeah, is it like being in the zombie world?
Yeah, and in a zombie movie, you look for other survivors. You say, "Oh, this person," and that's like these panels. We start to find each other and say, "Wow, this is a serious predicament we're in."
Yeah. I've always been like this. I've always seen, even as a little girl, I saw it. I've always seen it. Don't know why. I'm a bit odd, I think. Something odd about me. I don't know.
You just see past the veil, Chickpea. You're not odd. You see past the the veil.
Yeah, I see.
You're able to look. You're able to see the other layer, so to say.
There's something very strange going on. Like, in the UK, 92% of the land, this country, is out of bounds.
You know what I was. Can I share some with you guys real quick? Sorry, Chickpea. I didn't mean to interrupt. What were you going to say? I'm sorry. I didn't mean. My apologies. Go ahead, Chickpea.
92. This is true. 92% of the land in the UK is out of bounds to the proletariat. It's all in the hands of the aristocracy. 92%. That's how bad things are. And they call this a free country. I don't think so.
Yeah, free. There's a price to pay with free.
No.
But let me ask you guys this, right? I was just kind of thinking today, right? I haven't watched sitcoms in a long time, but for some reason, The King of Queens got a clip of it got recommended to me yesterday, and I used to love The King of Queens when I was like 15 or 14 or something like that. I used to watch it all the time, but I was kind of bad back then. I was always getting kicked out of school. But anyways, that was actually the thing about me. For some reason, I didn't want to listen to what the teachers had to say. I don't know, something in me just felt like it was already BS.
Yeah.
But anyways, this is what I wanted to say. So I'm watching The King of Queens, right? And it's a sitcom. And then I watched something else. I think it was Man from Heaven. The one that's got Chris Rock in it. And so, and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, look at it this way. We're watching these actors in a sitcom, and I'm like, man, I swear to you, there's got to be some beings out there. I don't know what these beings are, but every household, you know how people walk in and out, and I might go to Max's house, and I'm like, here I am, and then, and then his family comes in or whatever. I guarantee in every household there's something watching, and I was thinking about the Watchers in particular, which are from the book of Enoch.
Yeah.
There's something watching us like we watch sitcoms. It's a never-ending loop. No, but Chickpea, it's a never-ending loop. We're watching a sitcom, but something's watching us. We're a sitcom. It never ends.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. I've always thought that. There's something very simple.
But Chickpea, if you remember in the Truman Show, right?
Yes,
so I don't think I get it. The Truman Show, you can kind of compare it to my analogy of eventually Truman woke up and he's like, whoa, I'm being watched. Kind of I'm saying that. I more took it as Truman, his awakening was more of him realizing that life doesn't happen to you, it happens for you. That's kind of how
going on, yes.
Yeah, well, that's how I interpreted the Truman Show, is that he woke up to realize, because if you remember, he goes like this, he tells his wife, he's like, get in the car, and she gets in, and he's like, wait exactly 30 seconds, a guy with a flower, right, he tells her the flower guy, two guys on a bike, and a car is going to come, and he kept showing her, he's like, they're in a loop, they just keep going around, they go around and around and around, but I started realizing that recently about even my life, where it's you start seeing these loopholes that are around you.
Yes.
Like, okay, Max, and Chickpea. Okay, are you guys listening to me right now? This is gonna blow your mind. You guys hearing me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, have you ever had it to where you're reading a word out loud, and as you're reading it, it gets like said in a movie or in a song, and that would happen once in a blue moon, and you never thought nothing of it, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Has that happened? Okay, are you guys gonna believe me if I tell you for the past week and a half, it's been happening 3 times a day?
Yeah.
And prior to that, no, but hold on, Chickpea. Prior to a week and a half ago, it would happen once in a blue moon, like once in a blue moon, and I never thought nothing of it. But it's been a week and a half. It's happening 3 times a day. It's like the universe is just trolling me now. It's just trolling me. Swear to God, bro.
Well,
Yeah, your mind's going ahead of time somehow.
If you guys don't believe me, I'll show you. I wrote it all down. I wrote it all down, the times and everything.
Yeah, no, I believe. Yeah.
I believe.
Like, look at this. Okay, look at this. For some reason, yesterday. Okay, check this out. Yesterday at 8:50 p.m., I wrote it down. Yesterday at 8:50 p.m., I was watching Constantine. You guys watch that movie, Constantine? Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
No.
It's got Keanu Reeves. Okay. So at 8:50 exactly, I swear to God, I start thinking of the pot roast that I made. And I was just thinking in my head, I'm like, okay, I made the pot roast. I want to make sure I don't overcook it. As I'm thinking of it, right away, he starts pouring water into the pot roast. Because he was going to give that water to the cat, Chickpea, to his cat, to the girl's cat. Okay? And then I thought of a person's name today exactly around 4:05.
Yeah.
And as I thought of their name got said in this thing I was watching. That was today. I can give you, if you guys want, I can give you, okay, on the 9th at 11:27, thinking of how is it fun, then you don't teach the rap, and then the game. I was thinking about a game at 11:27. I was thinking how life is a game, and then I got the song called "The Game." It starts playing immediately in my car. I didn't even touch it. I can't even make this shit up, guys. I got more. I can keep going on and on, but I don't want to bore you guys to death. I'm already boring you both to death right now.
Well,
but
apparently our brains do work a little bit ahead of what we perceive. You get what I mean?
No, but Chickpea, what I'm saying is it's in sync.
Yeah.
What's happening is right now, like because I'm asking for signs and stuff, right? But right now, my mind is in sync with reality in itself, with like 5D density. It's in sync with it.
Yeah.
But I all I ask every time I do gratitudes. I do gratitudes every night before I go to bed.
Yeah,
gratitude for everything. And so one of them is I just say, show me signs and show me what I should be doing. And that's what I do. That's what I've been doing.
Right.
Wow.
And I've only
I know weird things happen. I do know.
What's that, Max?
Weird things.
Yeah, the fact that you brought up Bro Sanchez, and I was just checking his channel because my co-hosts, of course, watched him a lot. And, because I said once I come out with the book on human origins, I said, there would be a few channels I'd like to speak to people with. His was one of them. And I looked on the bottom of his channel and saw the 4 other channels that you mentioned. So when you mentioned it, I said, look at that. Now I saw the Flat Power channel. I saw Sanchez and then Sit Down with Sanchez. And the fact that you mentioned that, and I had just viewed that about 2 days, maybe 3 days ago, shows me that these synchronicities, I don't know how to explain them, but yeah, they exist. I think with the Truman Show, one of the biggest things that was the takeaway was that other people around him were in on it. So he was seeing what was happening, but he didn't realize that his wife was in on it. His best friend was in on it. So everybody was kind of in on it, and it was about him. And then it reminds me of the the tune when we were younger. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, right?
Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it really makes me wonder about that. And so it's like we're having a physical and a spiritual experience. Like, it's amazing. It really
Yeah,
is.
both.
Yeah.
Exactly, Max. Though it's both. And it's funny you said that because I was thinking about that earlier. I said it's both. People need to understand it's both. We need to have a balance of everything, not be just 1,000% spiritual because you exist here. So have fun. I don't care how spiritual you are. Somebody can run up to you and smack you upside the head. You know what I mean? Like you're not gonna run away. So, but it's funny that you just said that, Max. That they're all in on it because just think of it this way, right? There are people in our lives that have crossed paths with us that we hate them. We hate them with our guts, with everything. But here's what we don't understand, though. You guys remember in high school or elementary school, you know, like let's say you had a class of 50. The teacher would say, get into groups of 5 and you're doing a project, and here's the project. And one guy does all the reading, one guy does the talking, one guy does the whatever, right? Max, what we don't really understand is all the people that have ever crossed your path, and now we're part of it, me and Chickpea are now entered it, we're all part of that group project of yours. The people you hate, the people you love, all of them. And so we're all, the way I look at it is we're all mirrors and reflections of what's within us. Like I'm telling you, man, all the, like I almost have like a love-hate relationship with everything. But the way I look at it is, I wouldn't change anybody that I've ever crossed paths with, and I've always like I can admit I've had a negative outlook because it's like immediately I'd be like guards up, like defend myself. People are out to get me, blah blah blah. But now I could see that no, these people somehow in the realm before I came down here, I needed them to teach me these lessons. Like I really needed them because you get into um, you get into everything you've learned, and it's like I wouldn't trade it back for the world. And it's like I have to thank them. I can never get mad at any soul for any lesson they've taught me. I really thank them, and I just really believe we're all the same thing. We really are God having a human experience. We really are. But it's like we just love fighting each other. And we'll never understand that that's not the way. We'll never understand. Fight within, seek within, know within, and you'll understand that like you are the universe within. It's just so mind-boggling, man. It's fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Wizard of Oz.
Century.
Like the Wizard of Oz, you said?
Yeah, remember when she comes back, Dorothy, and she realizes that her uncle and the rest of them were all characters that was in the Wizard when she was.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's very, very. Yeah, it's.
She's like, and you were there, and you were there, and you were the little thing, and they all look at her like she's crazy, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Oz, the Wizard of Oz has a lot of stuff that we can learn from, just like Alice in Wonderland, the looking at.
Yes. You know? That movie's awesome. I was just gonna say that movie. That's what I was thinking about. Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes you wonder about existence. And Isaac, he was on earlier, and he was talking about the DMT and the stuff he had experienced with his trips. When we look at that facet of the physical world, that there are plants and substances that can allow us to see different faces of reality. It's basically, I guess that's why they call it a trip when you take mushrooms or LSD, and you are basically traveling without moving in your mind, and you're seeing these different things, and you're saying, okay, what was that? Like, is this a type of technology or a type of plant that allows me to see, to remove an illusion? like Alice in Wonderland deals with that when she ate the mushroom that grew big, something that you eat that makes you feel bigger or smaller, or yeah, you know.
But
So
it's all banned. Well, here in the UK, it can't get hold of sod all.
But you know what's crazy about that? So if you remember, before she falls asleep and has that dream, because it was just a dream, right? But she says to her mom, well, I'm assuming that's her mom, the lady that's just nagging her, right? Alice, why won't you listen? Right, just freaking nagging her. But it's like she says it. She's like, you know what? I wish I can go to a land where it's just whatever, right? Like I think she said where nothing makes sense. I believe that's what she said. And if you really think about it, Max, it's almost like we can create these realities, possibly in this lifetime, but I'm assuming, like, I'm thinking in the next dimension. You can kind of create these realities to where you can go into them and experience whatever you want to experience. But it's like, I'm not going to lie to you, like where I'm at right now with the stuff I've been figuring out, Max, as far as manifestation and how, like, I'm thinking of somebody and they appear in my reality. And it's like, it's kind of the point. I'm like, okay, like, like, reality, like, universe, God, like, okay, I get it. You really are surreal. I know once upon a time I was sleeping and I didn't know, but it's like now you're just trolling me because you're not even allowing me to live in 3D density. Like, it's just all 5D. But once it gets to that, like, I don't actually want to go to any other reality right now. I'm having fun right now. Like, I'm actually seeing the more fun side of this. Every now and then, you'll kind of have a little wrench get thrown. It happens. It kind of just reminds me I'm still in the same reality as everybody else. But like right now, it's fun. I'm having fun with this, man. Just trying to see. Like I'm no, but Chickpea, I'm really exploring my like superpowers. Like I'm really seeing what else I can do because it's like, whoa, like I didn't know. Like right hand to God, I didn't know that having a positive mindset can make your life go a certain way. Because before I used to, and that that's why when we get into language, like you were even mentioning, Max, the other day, language. Like, yeah, I genuinely believe we're supposed to be telepathically communicating. Because language, I kind of feel like language is of the devil. Because language, it could be negative, and it's like, I know it has to do a lot with why I would be negative before, right? It's like if people were negative to me, then it just kind of ruins the whole thing.
Howdy to Mimsy Limbs. Do you want to come on here, darling, and have a chat with us? Lies of the world. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, sorry guys, as you were.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, that's kind of why I feel like language can be more negative than positive. Because honest to God, if I was around, let's say, animals like bunnies and cats and dogs, then I would have never intaken negative stuff from humans. Because again, this stuff, it affects the mind, and then from the mind it affects the soul. But now that I know to not intake anything from this physical realm I'm in, I'm not like, I don't want to be too arrogant and prideful and say I'm untouchable, because I'm humble. I really am. But it's like, whoa, like it's like, all right, okay, I see what's going on now. So I'm having fun. Like I'm having fun, bro. And I want to see what more fun I can have with this. So I'm loving it right now.
You're very lucky because I live like the people live in Brave New World. I have to be drugged in order to stand it. I take a load of Seroxat every day and a load of codeine every day. So I take Seroxat for my mental suffering and I take codeine for my physical suffering.
Right.
I live just like they do in Brave New World.
Yeah, I remember one time I took codeine. A dentist prescribed it, and I felt my feet felt like I had gravity boots on it. It was amazing.
I get on really well with it.
I like the feeling.
Really well with it. Yeah.
The feeling was
Although
great.
they're trying to get me off because the Americans want to, they want us all off, don't they? I suppose they'll turn it to another black market drug.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Oh, you know,
codeine,
yeah.
it's derived from
Poppies.
opium.
Yeah, it's only a poppy.
Yeah. So opium, when you take opium and turn it into a processed chemical in one direction, it creates codeine. In the other direction, it creates morphine.
Yes.
And then if you refine morphine even more, you get dicetyl morphine, which is, they said that would be the heroin that will save us from the morphine addicts. And that's why it kept the name today as heroin. So heroin is basically refined morphine. It's a more concentrated form, dicetyl morphine. But they call it heroin because, they try to say, oh, this is going to save us. And the odd thing, I think back in the 1800s or maybe even the 1700s, they said the lines for sugar were longer than the lines for morphine. I mean, sugar is like a serious drug that, so when you look, and morphine, the word comes from what? The Greek god of dreams, Morpheus.
Yeah. But I
It's
mean,
amazing.
it just gets me because now I know that because it's a very good painkiller because I can't take NSAIDs. So, I have to take codeine and cocodamol. And they're going to stop this now. And they're going to stop for all of us, which makes you wonder what am I supposed to take then for my pain? Because I can be in a lot of pain sometimes. And it does help. And it just sickens me because at the end of the day, it's just a poppy. The same as it really bugs me. And it does.
Yeah, it's the best known
I think people should be free to take as many drugs as they want. And if we want to zone out on whatever, we want to smoke yourself to death, feel free to do it. We should be allowed to. It sickens me. Like
Hey guys, I'm gonna call it a night. I'm getting tired. It's pretty much bedtime for me. But hey, man, good chopping it up with you guys, man. As always,
Always, man. Take care.
Max,
yeah, you as well. See ya.
Bye. Max, in this stupid country, they charge nearly £20. D&W, stop being so naughty. They charge people £20 for 20 cigarettes.
Wow.
I know, isn't it disgusting?
Yeah,
so
that
people,
is like...
You're not allowed to smoke on the street. You can't smoke in nightclubs. You can't smoke anywhere. This is...
Keep an eye on the chat, guys. Mimsy's saying some good stuff.
Really sickens me. Because I'm very even though I've never taken hallucinants, all the other stuff. I've taken a bit of dope, giggle smoke. But you can't have a cigarette.
Wow.
I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's really fascinating.
I think with the smoke, they do it because the secondhand smoke will affect people that don't smoke. So
yeah, I know. I do know, yes.
If you're taking like codeine or something, there's no way for them to get a secondhand effect from you taking, something like that.
Yes, I understand that argument, but okay, what about pollution from cars? I have to breathe in the pollution from cars.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So we're all doing something that is bad for everybody else, all of us. But if smoking was the worst thing we did, we'd be living in utter paradise.
Yeah, if we could do, absolutely. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it really gets because I don't smoke, but I can't afford to smoke. At the end of that, really, don't drink either. Can't afford to do that either.
Honestly, the codeine might be safer than the cigarette smoke.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what they put the chemicals and stuff on there. And
yes.
It just as opposed to smoking just pure tobacco,
Yes, because that's safer, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, much safer.
Yeah, but it just sickens me that because this is deliberate because apparently they make billions upon billions in tax out of the British smoker.
And nicotine, it's very addictive when the tobacco plant contains nicotine naturally. Yes. But what they do is they'll spray nicotine on there.
Oh.
And when you do that, you free the base molecule of nicotine.
Right.
So it's literally freebasing nicotine at that point. So just the way they add baking soda to cocaine hydrochloride and create freebasing cocaine, which people have been extremely addicted to.
Yeah.
The cigarettes, when you look at the behavior, it's very close to cocaine addicts that freebase cocaine because it's removing the base molecule that makes it extremely more addictive.
Yes, yeah.
And so they know. I mean, these are chemists. These are the wizards and the warlocks that are making. They, to me, the Salem witch trials in New England over here were basically one type of witches against the other, because if you look at the Vatican and the costume that they wear, that's the wizard's wardrobe. That's the whole getup. And
very satanic, isn't it, the Vatican?
Yeah, I mean, all of
it?
them.
Oof, scary.
Yeah, very. It's
very satanic.
There's so much, but we're seeing through the illusion. Hopefully, I don't know really what the future holds. I mean, I think my theory of the future is already existing and bleeds backward towards the present, and the present, of course, we see creates the past. So, is there a way to mentally travel into the future or into the past and possibly alter even and change the present? So
but the future's already been predicted.
It could be not just predicted, but it could actually be there. It could exist in front of us, and little bits of it, as it continues, bleeds back to create the present, as the present bleeds backward and creates the past. So that, when I look at that, I say, okay, so half of the theory is not a theory, it's actually a fact. The present does create the past. So therefore the future might actually create the present. And these modes of thought, this is where I think real progress can be made. The scientific looking at it, saying, wow, Mimsy says we actually excrete the drugs we consume through our pores. Okay. Yeah, and you're right. Little babies, like just even having cigarettes on your breath or anything. Yeah, alcohol. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But I'm not anti-nicotine. I think I'm not anti-drugs. If people want to take drugs, then that be their right. After all, the damn things grow. I'm thinking about growing my own poppies, and because I know what you have to do. You have to just cut the little shell, blah blah blah. I'll grow in my living room with a load of false lights. No, I'm thinking about it seriously because, like I said, I take codeine. I've been on the codeine for years, and now they're saying to me, "You can't take that anymore." I mean, it's just a painkiller. I don't do it for fun. It's sick.
No, I definitely understand. I mean, when I had taken codeine that time, it was liquid codeine, and it was an amazing high. I mean, my feet.
No, I don't get that much.
Yeah, I was like, wow, my feet.
Yes, I bet you were.
Yeah, I think I was sitting in the dentist chair, and I was like, man, this stuff is great.
Oh yeah, no, you got a good whack. I don't get that.
Yeah,
much.
it really was. It was, and I'm not a person to take pills or anything. I've definitely, when I was in the military, I mean, we definitely used, cannabis. We smoked, we drank, I remember encountering the LSD tabs. A doctor told me.
Nah.
Yeah, he said if you can find LSD, he goes, it'll open your mind. I was like, wow. When I was looking at professional people telling me these things later in life, and I was like, I said, wait a minute, are those the acid tabs? And I think being able to do what you want to do, like you said, if somebody just wants to do that and smoke themselves to death or whatever, they should. That's I mean, we're here. We should be able to do.
Yeah, this is all done for the black market, so we have to pay a ruddy fortune, so the rich get richer and richer and richer. That's why it's done.
Yeah,
black market.
Absolutely right. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's royals, prime minister. I bet old Trump's involved. I'm allowed to talk about Trump.
Yeah.
I think D&W's a Trump fan. I hate Donald Trump.
I mean,
I was just letting you know there was a message from Mimsy.
Yeah, I don't trust any politician. I don't see. I mean, maybe there are some, but I just don't see it. Politics, right? The word politician or politics means the art of being shrewd, which can be looked into as the art of deception. So basically, it's the art of somebody deceiving, a politician.
Yeah.
And we think it's something else, but again, with the words, when we look deep into them, we start to say, wow, we're casting spells on ourselves. That's why they call it spelling.
Sinister going on.
Yeah, when you spell a word, it's spelling. You're spelling the word. The word is spelled, and what allows you to spell the word? Letters. They let you spell the word, which is put on what? The words are printed on a page. And a page is something that is to summon someone, to page them, to call them. So it's
all very sinister.
Yeah, when you look into it, it's deep. The page is part of a chapter, which is part of the book, which could be considered a log that might come from the tree of knowledge, a log from the tree. I'd written all of this in a book called Spellcaster.
Yeah, I've read a book on that subject somewhere.
So but it's been great having this conversation with you. I'm going to, we'll see if I'll see when you guys go live again, and I'll hop on,
And 100, Trump. Because you know what I believe? I don't think you get to become a prime minister or president unless you're sucking someone's willy, someone in charge.
Oh, you'd have to be part of that whole, every single politician, every leader has to go through it. But I'll check back to see.
What's your take on the black eye thing? Every now and again you see somebody with a black eye.
I'm not sure about that. I did see it,
weird?
But I'll look into it. And
yes, because that's weird.
Yeah,
because I tell you something. That even the Queen of England had a black eye, so I wonder what she's been up to.
Yeah, there's something with it.
You know about that? Yeah, the black eye.
Okay.
Weird.
Yeah.
All right, Zombie. Well, look, thanks for joining us, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Zombie. Just you, Chickpea. If anybody else wants to join, please do. I've been working away here.
What are you doing?
Something whilst you guys are talking. So I do appreciate that.
Learned a lot there.
I will have to go to bed soon because I've got to get up in 5 hours.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sleep all day.
Oh, lucky you.
I'm going to sleep all day long. All the cats are here with me, including my little ginger Bruce.
Mimsy says the black eye is the Illuminati and elite shenanigans.
Oh, yeah, there's something going on. They have this black. Have you ever seen that?
I wish Mimsy would come on and talk to you, Chickpea. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
you seem to have a lot
talk to tomorrow. We could talk on Friday. No, what day is this day? You know what? I can't believe we're halfway
Marcus
through November.
Has been working too, and he's just finished. Yeah, I'm
Can
not
you
finished.
believe
I wish I was.
We're halfway through November.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, you've got it too. And would you want to go? Do you want to go? I was going to say, do you want to go slappy dunes? Like I say to my cat.
You see, I really should actually, because I really should go because
the slappy dunes.
That's definitely later. It's not good. It's not good for me staying up this late. Fucking hell. No, but it was nice to have you on. It's my own show, but I had you on in the background listening as I was working. It was nice, Chickpea. Thank you for entertaining me.
And thank you for being here.
Opening my mind.
I do like coming here.
No, I appreciate it very much. You keep me
Going?
company. Yeah, I mean, nobody's. We'll give them about a half a minute to come on if anybody wants to come on.
My little ginger bruiser boy's fast asleep. In a coma. They all are.
Is he?
The comatose cats. Lovely, aren't they? Because they all sleep with me.
Chippy. We'll look. 20 seconds. Yeah, nobody's coming on. Nobody's coming on.
No. Night, D&W.
Oh, Mimsy's just subbed. That's nice, Mimsy. We hope that you can come on soon.
You'd have to come on it's probably be Sunday now, won't it?
Probably Sunday. Yeah, it won't be before then. So keep an eye out for us. But yeah, it was a nice one. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin. Beyond illusion, let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question. seek what we're meant to find. May Gnosis bring you peace of mind.